right. We're trying this again. I was talking for 2 minutes to no one.
To no one.
I clicked on the button. It should have automatically went live, and it didn't. So I was just saying hi to everybody who couldn't hear me saying hi to everybody. So that was a very effective waste of my vocal cords. So we will back up, unfortunately, and say hi to Randall and Bob, and we got Mr. Stewart somewhere out there in the universe, unable to come into the on the big panel tonight. Mike Farwell and Lynn, and let's see, who else do we got? We've got Albert's here and Luke. And so we're gonna wait. When we hit about 23 people, I'm gonna have a little discussion for a few minutes before we move on to some of our photo topics. Like I said to everybody who couldn't hear me, I don't want to be repeating certain things over and over again tonight. So I'll wait till we have at least 23 people in here.
Except your intro.
Except my intro that, I did the countdown, but the countdown didn't lead it into where anybody saw it on going live. So sorry that you didn't get to see the 59, 58, 57. We got Nican in here, and obviously we've got Chuck is blessing us with coming in again tonight, which we appreciate, and Roy and Tim and John and Gustavo, and as usual, a great group of people that you would definitely like to hang around with any day of the week, and we appreciate everybody coming on. It's greatly appreciated. So let me, I guess something I can bring up is last week I did, for the first time, ask for some donations to the channel, and many of you were very generous with sending some funds to me. And as promised, I stated that the funds were going to be used to support the cost of Restream, and I immediately updated to their higher plan with the 1080p versus the 720. I did a test live stream that a handful of people stumbled upon, showed some images, and I think most people were pleased with what they saw, a decent improvement in quality, and hopefully you guys could see that improvement even just with the how we look on the screen to you tonight. 1080 is the best that you can do with Restream, unfortunately. Any additional upgrades to the plan really are for things that are not overly important to me. Like if I wanted to have 20 people on the panel, I'm limited to 10 right now. And fine, if you want to spend a ton of cash, you can have 20 people on the channel, or you could have multiple streams going on at the same time and all this stuff. And I'm not looking for any of that. I just wanted to do something with your support, which I got, and I thank all of you very, very much. And so we did what we said we were going to do. I will not be putting up anything, begging for any change out of anybody's pocket anytime soon. If for some crazy reason you want to make a donation to the channel, you can send me a private request and I'll send you the information and you can do so, but I don't plan on putting anything on the screen tonight. I got, enough funds to keep everything going for a while, and it's greatly appreciated. As a reminder, if you have questions, put the QQQ in front of your statement so it stands out so that everybody in the panel can see what your question is, and they can, kind of like poke at me on the screen and say, hey, we got to talk about this. So-and-so has a question, because it's very easy while I'm blabbing. I can't chew gum and walk at the same time, so I can't talk and look at the chat very well at the same time. So I miss a lot of people. I try not to, but I apologize. I do miss some people.
Yeah, I want to send you some money.
I
didn't know how.
I'll send you something privately, John.
Okay.
I'm not in it for that. So I mean,
I understand.
we're able to upgrade the platform. I'm happy about that. And I guess we got enough people in here where I'll address like the somewhat of the elephant in the room. Now, obviously, in the last few hours, we had a major unsavory event in U.S. history occurred with former President Donald Trump. And irregardless of your political desires or your party affiliations, everyone should be very, very disgusted by what happened. Everybody should have him in our prayers, and those and other people that got hurt, and hope everybody fully recovers, and that obviously a full investigation is done, and whoever was responsible has to pay the price for what they attempted to do. We obviously are not a political channel. We don't get into politics. We may have discussion during the show talking about the perspective of a photojournalist in the events that occurred, but we're not going to get into political discussion, and we request that people refrain from that in the chat where any accusations are made of intent or one party versus the other or anything like that, because this is just a dishonorable thing that occurred. And I don't care what party you support. I don't care if you don't support either party. It's a negative thing. It's a stain on America. It's something that violence should not be tolerated, no matter who it's directed at. And we all need to grow up in this country and realize that our strength in our country is everybody that's in this country. And just really, really sit back and, wish the best for everyone, and wish the best for former President Trump, that he doesn't have anything, serious. Obviously just the act of what occurred is something that can be very hard on any individual, and we need to respect that and just keep our political affiliations to ourselves and leave it at that, and not have it overrun the show, and just be respectful, and yet have everybody in our prayers that was affected by this. And unfortunately, this is not what this country wants to be remembered for today. It does not give anybody, should not give anybody any sense of jubilation or pride in what happened today. It's a sad, sad thing. So from there, we'll move on to some photo conversation, and hopefully everybody can be respectful in the chat, and things don't get overly crazy. No, anyway, there was, I'm going to do my poor imitation of a Chuck rant, because no one does rants better than Chuck. And I'm like not even second fiddle, or I'm probably third fiddle or fourth fiddle to Chuck's ranting capability. But before we get into some of the general news, I'm just going to make a comment to all the Nikon haters out there. Enough already. Okay, the flood of dynamic range comparison tables between the Z6 III and the Z6 II, and the Z6 III versus the Sony A7 IV, and the Z6 III versus the world is becoming absolutely ridiculous. John just today got a Z6 III at a Nikon event, and got a photo from a model shoot, setup that they had, that I'll share with you in a little bit. And you tell me if you think that camera has a problem. John doesn't feel it does, and most people don't feel it does. But as we would like to believe that most people understand what dynamic range is, I'm going to talk about it anyway, because you may understand it from the technical geeky point of view of what you get on the YouTube channels, but do you really know how you work around it? because, dynamic range, basically it's expressed in what they call exposure values, or as we refer to as stops. Okay. And it represents the range, the capability of any given sensor, the range between the blackest black and the whitest white that the sensor can see and handle. And the higher the dynamic range, the more capable a camera is in seeing color in all its ranges of brightness. Now, so basically, if you have a camera that's rated at EV10, let's just put up a set of goalposts here and say, okay, this represents, this is the highlight side, this is the black side, okay, if you're looking at a histogram. And here's your range for that particular sensor that has EV10. Okay, now if you're going from a 10 to a 15, that range might be now this. So all that means is that you have a larger window of what a high EV exposure value, a higher dynamic range camera can capture more detail in more shadow elements, and it can contain the highlights better when when they tend to be blown out along a wider range. So it's not that you can have a camera or a medium format camera or a camera with a dynamic range of 15. That does not mean that in some photo instances that your highlights aren't going to get clipped, or that your shadows are going to get clipped, or both of them can get clipped. Okay, so your average camera today, according to DxO, has an EV range of 10. Now, some cameras go as high as 15. Many are in the 10 to 12 range. Medium format sensors always perform better with higher dynamic range than their 35 millimeter counterparts. But when you see information that is depicting, anywhere from a half to maybe one stop of difference between between a Z6 III and another camera, whether it be in the same family and same brand or different brand, when at ISO 800, basically all the characteristics are line on line with each other. The world out there today wants to make it out and propose that, oh, the Z6 III is a horrible camera. You don't want to get it because, oh, it's a half or 2/3 of a stop or one full stop different and within a certain narrow ISO range than brand X. If you're talking 10 versus 15, you're talking a big difference. If you're talking 10 and a half to 11, give me a break, guys. Give me a break. It is inconsequential. And although you could say, well, you're just explaining the technical details, but it goes beyond that, because people take the technical tidbits and they amplify it and they try to then present a story that basically is attacking the brand, when even Petapixel, who said, yeah, there's a difference, but then if you read the end of their article, they said that as far as they're concerned, the Z6 III is still best in class for what it is. So yeah, so you have a little thing in one place, but then people seem to forget that on the other flip side of the coin, you have a sensor that allows you to basically have a very high refresh rate or scan rate, reduced rolling shutter, not eliminated, but severely reduced versus a lot of other brands, and allows you to have all these autofocus capabilities and whatnot, and high frame rates. And so there's a lot of pluses. And then there's this one thing that everybody wants to try to make a big deal about that really isn't a big deal. Now, so I would say it comes down with this whole discussion of dynamic range, when you're talking finite differences, it all comes down to understanding what it is and the limits of your own camera, because some cameras used to be dynamic ranges of 8. Okay, and you can still take a good picture with a camera of a dynamic range of 8. Don't think that you can't. You know, if you understand your camera, you can compensate for things so that you get your exposure between your highlights and your shadows within 1 to 2 stops of each other. And that is all stuff that is, as long as you don't have clipping, that is all stuff that's easily corrected in post and is not an issue at all. If you shoot outdoors and you shoot during the quote unquote magic golden hour, the hour before sunrise, the hour after sunset, the sun's low across the horizon, it's when the light is really perfectly balanced. Okay. But in reality, you can have a camera with dynamic range less than 10. If you're shooting in those scenarios with that light controlled the way it is, you're going to get phenomenal shots. I don't care what dynamic range is, 8 or 15. The 8 is still going to look damn good. Okay. So a lot of it has to do, it's all about the light in photography. It always has been, it always will be. It's always about the light you have, how you manage the light, how you make adjustments to certain light, whether it be really, really dark shadows or really high highlights or big bright background because the sky is really bright and your foreground is really dark. What do? So the human eye has a dynamic range between 14 and 20 EV. Okay, so your human eye has better dynamic range than any camera that you're going to buy, number one. So the most part, we see more graduations of light across a wider range of illumination than our cameras can. Now, since we all can't shoot, like I said, during the golden hour, what do we do to compensate if we're shooting at noon, which is always the worst time? You're shooting at lunchtime, noon, 2 in the afternoon, horrible, horrible light, right? You've got the sun is higher, it's brighter in the sky, the highlights get blown out, the shadows have little detail, they're really, really dark. So believe it or not, you still have options, even if you're not using light modifiers. And some of your options are to shoot in manual mode, where you have more control of your camera. Use the exposure triangle. You have your ISO you can adjust. You have your shutter speed. You have your f-stop. You can make adjustments to minimize the effects of that harsh light, of that when you're really pushing the range of the sensor on that camera. And you, like I said, you get it within 1 to 2 stops of each other without clipping your highlights, because once they're clipped, they're gone. Okay, they're gone. You're not getting them back. You can recover during your post-processing. And most people will say now, they always say exposed to the right, exposed to the right. Well, why is that? Because if you expose to the right, when you have a histogram, when you're lucky enough to have a histogram that you can have on your camera and you expose to the right, you bring up the detail and the shadows as much as you can without clipping the highlights. It gives you the best result in that scenario. Now you can use, when you have difficult lighting situations, you can use exposure compensation in some cases. You can shoot in HDR mode and combine the images.
Bracketing.
You could sit there and do
bracketing. We can do bracketing, correct?
Yeah, you could do bracketing. Okay, you could do a 3-shot bracket with 1 stop in between, or 1.5 stops in between, or as many bracketed shots as you want, and combine them all, and you get rid of the problem. So there's all these things you could do, and that's not using any external widgets whatsoever. That's just using what's in your camera today. Okay, but you have to understand how to use it, when to use it, and you only learn that through practice. Now, if you have light modifiers, that's another option, right? So here's a few examples of what you could do. You got you're doing outdoor portraits. Okay, you have a bright background. So without a modifier, what's going to happen? If you want the background to be exposed right, your subject's going to be too dark. If you want the subject to come out right, then the background's going to be blown out. And you're saying, oh, I can't win. I can't win. Well, you can, because you use light modifiers. Now, that could be you expose for the background, and you get the background at an exposure, value that you can live with, that you like, and your subject may be too dark. And then you use a fill-in flash. You put a flash on your camera. You use a fill flash, okay? Not that hard to do. Or if you're a anti-flash kind of person, and Chuck had a really, really great photographer, I don't remember his name. Chuck would probably remember his name, that takes a bunch of outdoor photos, never uses a flash, always uses diffusion panels and reflectors, and picks the right area and knows his turf where he takes his pictures, knows where he wants to bring his clients at certain hours of the day, and knows exactly what he has to do to modify the light to get perfect images, okay, and handle, potentially a situation where you would be clipping at the highlights, or you'd be clipping in the shadows, and how you compensate for that using tools. Now, obviously, a one-man band trying to do multiple light modifiers and diffusion panels usually doesn't work too well. You got to have a small crew of people with you, but a fill-in flash only requires a person, right? Doesn't require a crew of people. So you think about that. If you're doing landscapes with a very bright sky, it'll create a situation where your camera, when you're looking at the histograms, could be clipping at both ends. The shadows are too dark, the highlights are too bright. You got to knock the overall exposure down to get it where it's within a range where your camera can handle the scene. So you could do a graduated neutral density filter and put it on your lens and make it so you darken the sky and you balance the exposure between the sky and the foreground and make it so it's workable in post to get the result you want. Sometimes you got to put a full ND filter on your camera if it's really, really bad. Nowadays, you got neat filters that you have some filters out there that are neutral density filters with a polarizer feature in it. So not only can you knock down the overall brightness of the scene, you can turn the polarizer ring and get some really nice detail in the sky at the same time using one filter. You couldn't do that before. You didn't have that stuff 10 years ago. Okay, so you got all this great stuff. If you're doing street photography, or you're doing taking pictures at a classic car show, and oftentimes you're shooting that in the middle of the day, crappy light. What do? Put the doggone polarizer on your lens. Okay, you could get better contrast. You can knock the shiny areas off the chrome on the cars and knock it down by turning that polarizer ring on your camera. You could, if you're shooting street photography and you want to shoot through a storefront, a glass storefront, because you like what's on the inside of the store, but you don't want to have the reflections of the cars that are showing up in the, in that glass and that storefront, you get rid of it by adjusting your circular polarizer. So there's a million things you could do. Should you worry about dynamic range? Like I said, yes, to some extent. If you're talking 10 versus 15, gigantic difference. If you're talking 12 versus 13, I wouldn't be, getting too jumpy about it. And there's a lot of people getting jumpy about something that's a lot less difference than 12 to 13, believe me.
So Jeff, can you take the banner?
Did I what?
Yeah.
And take the banner down because it's called Enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're censoring Joey.
It's okay. I understand.
It's sneezing and waving and.
Hey guys, it's like a whole
There
new
he
world.
is.
You can see everyone now. This is
Now,
magical.
A little bit before, in some cases, a sensor with slightly lower dynamic range may exceed in other ways, such as readout speed, that may be just as important to you or more important to you as a photographer. That's only up to you to decide, okay, on that one. Not for me to tell you what to decide. That's up to you to decide. Medium formats obviously are fantastic with dynamic range, but you know, most medium format cameras, well, really none of them are going to shoot the high frame rates that a hybrid 35 millimeter mirrorless camera is going to do. But they are getting better in terms of how many frames per second they can do. But then they're set up for primarily, you know, studio shots, outdoor portraits, landscapes, things of that nature. That's typically what people use them for, fine art photography, things like that. And of course, you know, they don't have a fast scanning rate. So, you know, if you were shooting fast objects, you're going to get rolling shutter effects. And it's just the nature of the beast with that kind of camera. So I just say, pick your poison, decide what matters to you. All cameras have compromises in certain areas, period. Don't let the people out there try to tell you that any given camera is a piece of junk, because it's really hard to find a camera anymore that you could say is a piece of junk, and there's too many people trying to imply that out there. And as Stan Lee used to say, for those of you who knew the Marvel Comics guru, he used to always end his editorial comments with "Nuff said." So I'm going to end this editorial comment with those same words, "Nuff said." And I'm going to ask Tim to talk a little bit about some of the things that he's doing on his channel that kind of tie in a little bit with what I just brought up. And then we'll move on to some other things.
All right. Well, I've been doing kind of the same, just ranting. I like probably everyone else here, just got tired of all the negativity around the Z6 III, around Nikon in general. And I saw some really ridiculous videos out there. I saw one video where, you know, somebody had an issue with their EVF. There was a line through the EVF. And as all of us know, this is just inherent with electronics. It's just, it's something that happens. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate it happened to somebody's brand new camera. I'd be upset. But to make a video saying it's an epidemic and it's a major issue and there should be a recall and just all these kinds of statements, it's just, all this stuff is out there and it's just done to hurt Nikon. And what's really unfortunate is that, you know, people have been waiting a long time for a camera from Nikon that's affordable. You know, you have a lot of DSLR shooters that, you know, there was so much negative press against the Z6 and the Z7 and the autofocus that they just didn't want to buy in. And, you know, can you blame them? Because those cameras, they don't compete well with like the Z8 and the Z9 and the offerings from the other companies. So, you know, they were waiting for something from Nikon, and now that it's out, you know, there's all this negative press out there. There's all this issues with the EVF that honestly don't exist. I mean, if you can actually go out to the internet, you can search line through my EVF and put in any camera brand and model, and you're going to get hits because it's just inherent with electronics. It happens. And people are writing comments on in Nikon communities, online and YouTube videos, and you know, they're worried that there's actual issues with this camera now, and so now they're not going to buy the Z6 III because they're afraid that they're going to get a camera that doesn't live up to expectations. You know, they don't necessarily understand dynamic range. They don't understand that this is so minute that it shouldn't even be discussed. But you know, people want to focus on the negative. If it's not the AF system, if it's not the fact that it's the Z9 and it's too heavy and it's too big, then they're just going to find whatever spec they can and hammer on it to make it seem like it's an issue when it honestly it really isn't. So anyway, I made a couple videos in the light of all this negative press about the Z6 III, and I'm not editing them, so I just go live. I go live for about 5 minutes, and if you go to my channel, they're under the live stream section because I'm too lazy to edit. I just want to get it off my chest, get it out there. I put up some examples on a web browser, so I can do it all while I live stream. And my intent is not to have an audience. It's just a quicker way to get that content out there. So yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing. There's only a couple videos, but it's kind of therapeutic, so I may continue it.
Well, I for one think it's important to nip some of these narratives in the bud, as they say, because they turn into it's kind of like the plague, you know, it just spreads like crazy, and too many people just they take everything that they hear and read as gospel, and it's fine to read anything that's on on the internet or on YouTube, but you should always go to multiple sources and get multiple opinions and not just go by any one person's commentary, because the reality is there's way too many content creators that are going to try to bring up stuff like that and talk in such a way just to get clicks and just to keep their subscribers up, and unfortunately it's a disservice to the community, because you should be having fair, think of it just like a reporter, right? You should have fair and balanced reporting. You don't want anybody, you want someone to really look at the facts and present things that make people think, and not necessarily try to convince everybody to think the way you do, because everybody thinks differently, right? But just put out the information and let people digest it and draw their own conclusions. You have the right to have your opinion, but when you get aggressive and you start attacking any company in particular, how are you helping photography doing that? How are you helping photographers doing that? I mean, it should be about the joy of photography, not the joy about picking on people or picking on products. It should be about the joy of the art of photography and what you get out of it, and who gives what you use. If you're happy with it, I'm happy you're happy with it. I don't have to like what you shoot, but I should be happy that you're happy with it and that you're getting good results. That's all that should matter. Yeah. People that just get off this, what they're doing. It's just crazy.
Hey, can I put my 2 cents worth? Because I won't be here too much.
Put in your 20 cents worth, because we're very
okay. Well, let me put my $5 worth. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Mossman that it's just turned into this absolute circus with people throwing mud at each other, and that without any substance, that they're doing this for clicks or because they may not like the other person. So Moz is correct on it, and I've watched probably the same things he's watched, but as me, for being experienced at this game, dynamic range is extremely important when you do a lot of commercial photography, because you need that range for your clients. But when these guys in the peanut gallery start talking about it, they can't separate the trees from the woods, because they really don't know what DR is and how important it is. And then they start getting into nitpicking and splitting hairs. But dynamic range, where it's really, really substantially needed, and when you see it, is in medium format, when you get 16-bit. Now, the difference between 16-bit and 12-bit or 10-bit, I mean, we're talking, a municipal airport compared to LAX. That's how big it is. And people don't realize that the numbers are exponentially huge, and it's extremely important. So it's in a commercial point of view, when you do a job, you want to be one step ahead of everybody else. So if somebody's using a full frame camera and their DR is like 12 to 14, when you show up with say doing a cosmetic commercial or food or product, and you're using a medium format 102 megapixel with 16-bit, you are going to be way ahead of the competition. And this is where the commercial part comes in. Okay. Wildlife, now you have a 500 mm on a medium format Fuji camera, so you shoot a bird, right? And if you nail it, it's the only 16-bit super telephoto lens on a medium format, period. So you go through a competition, you're gonna smoke the competition if you're a good birder, right? So getting back to what Maz was saying, that it gets this toxicity of throwing mud on the people talking about things they know nothing about. And I want to mention that, like, Tony Northrup, he kind of started this thing by taking a picture of his book, right, of his book that he sells, and the book's cover is only 4-color. You don't to show the dynamic range by taking a picture of a cover of a magazine or a book. Come on, let's get real here. If you do it, do it right. Right? I mean, come on. Who do you think you're trying to fool? But he's very convincing, and the rest of the world, planet, 99% says, yeah. That's it, man.
They suck it
So
up.
then
They suck it up.
So then I bought one yesterday because I know what it. Come on, it's going to be fantastic, right? So then we shot yesterday, and there's no issue here.
I'm
You're
going
gonna
to show
see
your
it.
image, John. I'm going to let you talk about that image that you took.
All right.
But before I do that, I just want to say, Joey, do you want to comment on what you're going to be up to tonight? Before I know you're leaving in a few minutes, so I'll just let you say a few words so we're not, ignoring you here.
Yeah. Oh no, it's all good. I'm just absorbing information, folks. No. Yeah. I agree with what you guys are saying. I mean, yeah, I think I've been avoiding a lot of channels and a lot of social for a while just because of that exact point, right? Whether you shoot Nikon, Panasonic, regardless of the brand, I don't know. People just like to attack stuff, and I'd say like 50% of the time, a lot of the comments I've been dealing with lately have been a little bit more negative, and I get sometimes people come to my channel to just with a bad attitude. And it's like, hey, like if you hate my stuff, then get off my channel. I'm not going to leave your comment up. Like I had this one guy deleted his comment and he re-commented. He's like, why won't you let me express myself? And I'm like, because this isn't a public forum for you to attack me. Like, believe it or not, that doesn't make me feel too good. So I'm going to delete that and carry along my merry way. And, I think everyone needs to do that. And, people that don't like the brand, I mean, shoot with your brand and shut up. Who cares?
Well, that's the one thing Maz said that was true. Just shut up and shoot. Shut up and shoot.
Yeah. Take a good photo. Like some of the people that
Where'd you
I'm
go?
worrying about all this nitpicking stuff. And if all you have time to do is worrying about nitpicking stuff, then guess what you're not doing? You're not taking any pictures. And guess what happens when you're not taking any pictures? You're not getting any better at taking pictures.
Yeah, well, and also you've got no proof in the pudding. Like,
Piece of work is all you are. I mean, go out there and use your gear and shut the heck up. Use it. I mean, Tim hit it right on the button. Just shut the heck up and use your gear. Be happy you even have gear to use. Never mind, getting so crazy about it. I'm gonna put John's picture up quick and let him talk about it. So give me a second just to bring it on the
bye, guys.
Can you take Wayne's?
Yeah, that's Wayne's comment here. For those that didn't know, you want to be able to see aliens in the dark at ISO 1 million and have it look as clean as ISO 50.
All right.
Yeah, that's gone.
Right, good night, guys. Have a good one.
Hey, Joe, good to see you.
Bye, Joe.
Good to see you guys.
See you
Bye.
later. See you later, Joe.
I'm going to put up John's image here, and I'm going to make the screen bigger so people could get a better view of it here.
Wow.
John, I'll let you talk about this. This was from when you bought the Z6 III, right?
Yeah, so yesterday, like I mentioned, Nikon had this event, and they had a model, and they had some loaner cameras you could use, and so I used the 24-120. And the first thing I did at least, was to go to the white balance and do a preset for my own, calibrate the white balance. So use the 18% gray card to get it balance of the skin tones match, and that worked out fantastic because the other folks they just simply shot away the way it was already set, and you're not going to get the proper skin tone. So as far as DR, I mean, come on, this is just basically a snapshot taken with the Z6 with a 24-120, just using constant light. There's no strobes on it at all. So it goes to show you, hey, what more do you want? in a camera that costs $2,500, and this little guy is a real pocket rocket. It does everything amazingly good. And it would have probably cost you 50 grand, and not too far back.
There's still ain't no, or they're making this bigger than it really is. The Z6 III are gonna still for yeah. Well, let me just back away.
If you just take pictures of your kids, I mean, it's not going to be, it ain't going to make a difference. But if you want real dynamic range in 16-bit, then you use a Fuji GFX.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. Now there's talk about, why can't they make a 16-bit in a full frame? Well, that's physically impossible. You can't do that.
How many
You
people?
can't.
Yeah.
You just can't do that. It's impossible. So for those guys who think that they're spouting off that can be done, Sony can put 16-bit in a full frame. It is impossible because it's physically impossible. And I also talked to Sony, and then the Sony guy says, no, we are not gonna make medium format cameras.
Yeah.
Period.
I think if anybody looks at the shot that we're now sharing on the screen and would be disappointed in this result, then I suggest that you quit photography and you take it off.
Yeah.
But John, Roy at one time in one of our conversations made a correction to a statement that I made, which is worthwhile discussing. That 16-bit or 14-bit with its bit depth is related, but not exactly dynamic range. Correct? That these are two variables that interplay, but they're separate.
Roy, you want to?
Roy?
Yeah. What more can I say? Medium format's great, but it's clumsy and slow, and you haven't got much ISO, and you haven't got much frames per second, but that don't matter.
No, that's not, Roy. That's not the whole point. I mean, that's why you got hot supply.
I got distracted.
It's not designed for
No, it's not. It's different. It's a different world.
It's a different world.
But it had to be with the state. It had to be with the state of art of the sensor. Correct. The sensor technology will evolve. This is the sensor that Nikon decided to use for the Z6 III, which has to be like Jeff mentioned, like Mossman mentioned. There had to be compromises. There is no perfect sensor, right? And they traded a little bit of speed for 2/3 of stop, a certain part of the dynamic range, and that is important for your photography. To have that 2/3, you have other camera options that already exist. Right?
Yeah, I mean, and Gustav, for $2,500.
It's a bargain for what that camera does for $2,500.
Well, yeah, exactly, and that's just the still part. What about the video part?
Are you complaining because you basically want to attack what you now think is the big dog in the house, and you don't like the fact that Nikon's got something out there that's really, really great for $2,500? I mean, I'm glad when anybody comes up with new stuff. I mean, the big dog in the house changes every 6 months. Somebody else comes out with something. Now they're the big dog in the house, and somebody else comes out with.
Jeff and Leslie made a very good point. Correct. The standard for slides, correct? Kodachrome or Fuji, Velvia was like 8-stop dynamic range, correct? Remember they used to call it latitude. The latitude would have film.
Your latitude with film, 8 stops.
Exactly. And I remember for a long, long time at the beginning of the digital revolution, we were hampered because the dynamic range of the sensor at that time, the D100, the D200, was not a par with film.
With film, correct.
And now we have more than film, and we have created all this uh, uh, drama, again, YouTube drama for no reason, and dissuading people for perhaps enjoying what is an excellent camera, like John was saying. I mean, look, John, he's a professional, and he decided to buy it. Correct? So that tells you something.
Yeah, I mean, as John was saying, and Roy too, and I think we all agree, it's good that you have all these choices because not everybody needs the same tool. You pick the right tool for what you're going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you want to do fine art, if you want to do some of the pictures that John's wife has shared on the channel, which to me is fine art photography. Yeah, she shoots medium format a lot. Okay, there's a reason for that. There is a reason for that. So you get the tool to satisfy what you want to shoot, and that tool is different for every single person, and that's why you have so many different choices out there. And instead of celebrating the choices that we all have, we decide that because that's not our choice, we're going to pick on Joe Blow today, and then tomorrow we're going to pick on somebody else because that isn't something that we want to use either. But it's something that somebody else wants to use, and they like it. Get over it. Live with it.
Unfortunately, Nikon, for whatever reason, like Chuck have been saying for the last, I don't know how many years, attract this bashing, which is so. I mean, I don't understand what's wrong with it.
They're the camera brand punching bag for some reason. Chuck has pointed out for years.
Well, it gets personal because they start attacking, each other. And in fact, Jeffrey, these guys call me on the phone in the middle of the night. They call me.
Who's calling?
Like deep.
Who? Yeah, who
I'm
called
not
you?
gonna say Chuck. I'm not gonna say Chuck, but it's people. It's people we know.
Oh,
right?
Well, they're crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, they call me. I'm sitting there watching YouTube and ding, 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 ding. Hey, John, what are you
What if you like Nikon color, you shoot Nikon. If you like something else, you think you go with that. That's it.
Well, even that doesn't matter anymore.
You don't need any DM or dynamic range and all the others. You shoot it because you like the color.
When and I've mentioned it a million times, and I think most people, well, I don't want to even say most people because I'll just say some people might agree with my opinion, is that when I went to, some professional photographic Nikon event or went to and took a course at a photographic school or something like that, these guys that were doing the course were like two camera generations behind what the company was selling. And it wasn't that what the company was selling didn't do something easier or maybe did some stuff better, but the thing is they knew their camera so well, they knew what they had to do with that camera that may have been one or two generations behind, and they knew what to do to get the result they wanted. And until they got to a point where something came out that literally just speeded up their workflow exceedingly well or did something that was so unique that they could not do it with what they had, then they would make a switch and they would buy that new camera. But they did not. These guys who made a living doing it were shooting cameras one or two generations back from what was out there. And no one was going to argue and say, and rightfully so, no one's going to be able to say, look at their images and how horrible they are. That was not the case, right? That was not the case. So, people got to just, they're not stopping because controversy and conflict create clicks and get people engaged, and not always in a positive way, and get you subscriptions. And that's what it's all about. And the photo community should be about photography, not just trying to line your pockets and do whatever you got to do to get extra money and that kind of stuff. Just talk the friggin' subject, and stop all the BS, because some of us are tired of the BS. We don't want to hear it anymore.
Yeah, I'm tired of it.
I disagree. You're talking about it.
Well, I'm talking about it, but I am not pointing fingers on brands. I'm not disparaging companies. I'm not doing that.
No.
I'm talking about what is dynamic range. How do you work around it? What is the effect? How big of a bandwidth do you have to have where you say it's a significant thing versus what they're trying to do is make a mountain out of a molehill. And like Tim mentioned, you're affecting a company's ability to make revenue because you're trying to say your stuff is junk.
I don't know that they're really doing that or not. I don't know. I don't think they are. And these just, these are guys that are, whatever, they're only seeing whatever they want to say. And, all right, so we got 51 minutes of the radish. What else we got?
What else we got? Well, let's talk about our favorite musicians. No, I'm only kidding. Let's talk
this
about
was episode 51.
Yeah, well, this is
51
episode
minutes.
51 now. Now, I'm going to ask for everybody's help that's on the panel here and in the chat. I'm going to do next year. Next year. Yeah, I might not be around next year. Who knows? Next week will be, in terms of the number of shows we have done, will be 52 shows live. So it'll be a 1 year, kind of a 1 year celebration. Now, unfortunately, due to events outside of my control, we are going to have the show, but I need to drive to Connecticut on Thursday and fly back to Myrtle Beach on Saturday afternoon. So I am going to have a show, but I'm asking everybody for their help in coming up with some topics. I'm not going to have time to do a lot of research. I'm going to be preparing to go to Connecticut. I'm not going to have the time to look up a lot of stuff, but I want to definitely have us all enjoy hopefully what you've enjoyed, which will at that point in time be 1 year of live streams on this channel in support of the man upstairs, which is this guy. This is the man upstairs. If I can get my fingers pointing the right way, that guy right there, the man upstairs, right up there. So
you got all these guys, these people that aren't down, they're down here, that got lots of things to speak to all this. That's you got it all right here.
Yeah. So we will survive next week's show, even though yours truly will be pretty inept during the week doing other things. And but we will do a show, and we'll have these great people hopefully returning for next week. And between the great folks in the chat and the comments they bring up, and the information and the knowledge that we have with the people on the panel, we will have a good show. I hope.
Yeah, you will. You just.
Hey, can I make a plug, Jeffrey?
Absolutely.
I just posted a Mr. Wu yesterday. It's very, very good, very, very interesting on a Rolleiflex SLR, which is very, very rare. And make a long story short, the Rolleiflex SLR was put out, and the Mr. Rollie, Mr. Rollie and Mr. Hasselblad got together, Victor Hasselblad, years ago, and decided that they made a pact. Rollie will not do 6x6 SLR; they'll stick to their other thing, and Hasselblad will will stick with their SLR. And so Mr. Wu goes into the whole history of it. So very interesting if you're into that.
Oh yeah, I'm into it.
Okay, so check it out.
And we also saw, in addition to Mr. Wu, Mr. Ishii unboxing his SX3.
Oh. Yeah, you notice I didn't say anything.
No.
Didn't have to.
Oh hey, you know, I'm glad
Hey,
you didn't get
John.
carried away and like empty out the box, right? And then you put it back together again, and then you hold the box up and you go, "What? This
He
piece
was in the store. He
all the
was in the
box
store.
across the room and have
Well,
everybody
you
go,
know,
"Oh my
Jeff, every time there's a new camera, there's less and less stuff in the box.
It's
well, there's a lot of plastic bags for everything. I know
Yeah,
that.
I mean, you know, the boxes get smaller, and there's, hey, is that it?
so,
There's
so
nothing to
John,
take out.
so at least you didn't toss the cables and the paper like some other. You didn't have those
Oh, yeah.
antics of throwing the things
Well,
off.
Yeah.
I
Well,
did it at the shop, so I couldn't do that.
Well, what's sad though is these guys don't want to give you battery chargers anymore. I'm personally not happy about that.
Hey, did we get a battery charger for Z8? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
Got
Yeah,
from
ZF didn't have one, right?
You would
ZF
everything.
the ZF did not have a battery charger. The Z63 does not have a battery charger.
No.
And I'm sorry, you're making that stuff in China. What's it cost them? Throw it in a box.
Nothing.
So my only comment, John, is I comment congratulations, of course, but you were a little bit too excited with the cloud services that they are offering in the little paper. Are you
Yeah,
really
what is that?
excited about it?
No, I don't even understand. I don't know how it works. Gustavo.
Exactly, but you sounded in the video too excited. I said, "What's wrong with you?"
I want to be a member. Sign me up.
Exactly.
I mean, the Nikon Cloud is you got to create an account, and you can do four things within that account. You can image transfer, you can get image recipes, so you can create your own recipes to load into your camera for camera presets.
Mm-hmm.
You have a Nikon Image Space photo sharing service where you can share photos and store photos, and you can download your firmware updates from the cloud into your
that's
camera.
cool.
So those
That's
are
cool.
really the four things that it's supposed to do, and they do have that Nikon DigiTutor that they have on Nikon USA site, and I'm sure they got it on some Nikon Europe sites. Is they have a thing called DigiTutor that's basically just little video clips that show you how to do certain things within that Nikon imaging cloud. For those of you that want to know more about the Nikon imaging cloud, just go to Nikon USA, find the DigiTutor app, and you'll be able to click on links that describe what that is all about and how you may want to use it for your situation.
Hey,
I wonder how much it costs, the subscription.
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know.
No more subscriptions.
who cares?
Yeah, it costs you an arm and one leg.
Yeah. Hey,
That's all I
wanna-
got.
It costs you 2/3 of a stop with dynamic range.
I want to go back to the next week. So my suggestion will be Gustavo being the head of the show for you. I mean, you set it up, and just Gustavo will be kill the whole show. Okay.
A little problem, Chuck.
Hey, I want to have the pleasure of killing the show.
What's wrong?
No, a little problem. I'm going to be in Iceland.
Ah,
Hey, I hear it's warm there this time of year.
I
No,
was gonna
10 degrees
add-
centigrade,
I was
55
gonna
degrees Fahrenheit.
I was going to add Roy be the backup, but
Exactly.
Roy, you're not coming to America, are you? Next week.
But Chuck, thanks. I appreciate it, man.
We tried.
I have my alibi here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so convenient. And you're actually going to probably miss 2 weeks, right?
Yes. Well,
2 weeks.
yes. I'm coming back, but on that Saturday. So I see what is my state of mind.
You're gonna do. Yeah. I'm coming back on Saturday. Yeah, okay.
I will try to connect, but no promise because it's really
Where
bad.
are you going, Gustavo?
Iceland.
Oh, have you been there before?
Nope. First time.
Oh man, it's gonna blow your mind. It is unbelievable, Gustavo.
It's gonna blow your mind. You better wear a helmet.
Hey, the food there is really lousy and it's very expensive. It's like $12 for a hot dog, but the scenery and everything is unbelievable. You'll love it. You got a guide, or are you gonna be driving on your own?
I'm doing the tour around the house, around the island.
You're gonna rent a car?
Yep. So some people in the channel.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you'll have a great time.
Yeah. So I rented a.
You'll have a great time. It is.
So some of the people here in the channel that have been there before gave me some tips about taking a four-wheel drive car, and there is so many places to visit. But hopefully I will like it. And
so many.
I'm gonna put up Roy's comment.
It's very unusual.
People think Roy's not a comedian. Roy is a comedian.
Yes,
he is a comedian, but he stands behind the curtain. He stands behind the curtain. So here's a Roy comment.
What did I do this time?
So Nikon Cloud will give them all our images to develop. I think he AI. I don't know why it's saying SI. I think he redid it. To develop AI. So so it's all a plot. It's all a conspiracy theory. It's all a plot. Just like I tell you, I delete all the photos from the photo review. Actually, I'm working on a big book that has all your photos in it, and it's going to make me a millionaire. And if you believe me, you should know better than that. I would never do that, but I'm just teasing.
Gustavo, are you gonna have time to shoot with your long lenses and stuff, or are you gonna be confined to a tour group?
No. I'm on my own.
Oh, then perfect.
Yeah, I just with my wife. I own my
own. He said he's on his own, then he mentions his wife. Okay.
Well, no, I mean,
yeah.
The two of us.
You know what I mean.
Oh, he's in trouble now.
He's
in so much trouble.
She doesn't watch the channel, so that's fine.
Well, hey, don't feel bad. My wife doesn't even subscribe to my channel. So isn't that embarrassing? You can't even get your own spouse to subscribe to your own channel. That's pretty bad. So that just tells you that it must really stink if your spouse won't even sign up. So what can I tell you?
I know you all don't want to let me be the guy with the funny voiced to be in charge. So I don't know.
No, I'll be home. I'll be home by 4 o'clock. I'll have enough time to.
Yeah, I'm trying to be something.
I'm not used to people being nice to me.
I'll be right back.
You're trying to be nice to me. Some other things. We'll talk about a few Nikon rumor things. They just mentioned that the Z6 III body only is now available at B&H, and that all the Z6 III pre-orders at least at B&H have been shipped. So they are not. All the pre-orders have been satisfied, and that's a good thing. That says a lot, in terms of them preparing and making enough cameras to be able to fill the pre-orders. I don't know if that's that way with all the vendors or whether they just mentioned B&H specifically. So Hopefully all the other vendors have the same good news that they've been able to fill their orders. Rumors of the next 2 Nikon cameras they talk about. They say that what their rumors of what they think the next 2 Nikon cameras are going to be replaced as the Nikon Z50. They're assuming that it's going to be replaced with a Z50 Mark II or version 2, whatever, however you want to word it, question mark. And that the Nikon Coolpix P1000 already is discontinued. I'm sure most of you guys know that. That's like that big, gigantic, all-in-one zoom type body camera that a lot of beginner and intermediate nature photographers and birders latched onto those cameras because they were affordable. They could get close, and they as everything, it's a tool. It has some limitations, but it was something that a lot of people liked, and so we'll see if they come out with any kind of replacement with that kind of camera body or not. So Nikon rumors are saying 2 new cameras will be announced in 2024, but they can't really. They're not going to elaborate or guess on what those 2 might be. And then today they just put out that another Nikon camera, code word N2318, got registered in China. So the other 2 cameras that were announced or unannounced cameras, but ones that are supposedly in the queue, is an N2216 and an N2312. So now you've got supposedly 3 cameras that are out there in the ecosphere that we don't know exactly what they are, and hopefully we will know what they are sometime soon. It was interesting. Nikon rumors put together, and I always tell where the source of this information is because they did the work. I didn't do the work. I'm just co-sharing information, from another source, and so I give Nikon rumors credit where credit is due. Now they came out with a list of where the Nikon Z products are manufactured, and it's been updated as of the 4th of July, and it's on the Nikon Rumors homepage. And basically, all the Nikon Z bodies are made in Thailand. There are 5 lenses made in Japan, 19 lenses made in Thailand, and 16 lenses made in China. And they break down all those lenses on their website. So if you want to see the specifics of what specific lens is made in what specific country, then go on their website and check it out. And people sometimes get very upset that, I don't like the fact that they used to make this lens in Japan, now they're making it in Thailand, or they used to make it in Thailand, now they're making it in China. And the bottom line is it doesn't matter who the manufacturer is, whether it be Nikon, Canon, Sony, or whoever. They owe it to their customer base to, they move the tooling to another facility. They have to train the people. They have to educate the people. They have to be on the top of their game with their inspection department and their quality control. They can't afford, irregardless of where they make any of their products, to have something fall flat because they didn't do their job well enough and make sure they have the best tooling and the best training and whatever. So I don't get so upset about where they make it because where these companies make their stuff, because they can't afford to not do the proper training. I'm gonna zoom John in because I guess he's showing something that people are asking about here. So as long as they do their job and do the right training, the product should not suffer. Roy, what shirt you wearing tonight? You always wear an interesting shirt. What do you got on tonight? Oh, you're just the champion of photography in general.
It's only the first one I found. I'm less careful these days about what I wear. I'm lucky to get over my head. What's happened here? Someone's logging in.
So John, I mean, you have all the recent Nikon cameras. So what is your impression of the EVF of the C6 III?
Oh man, yesterday it was so bright. It was like looking at the sun. I couldn't believe it. I said, "This is crazy." It was so bright, and so then the setting was wrong. So we changed the setting, and it became okay. But if you really wanted to turn it up, it is really super bright and super sharp, clear.
That was my impression
Kind of
too.
strange.
Yeah.
Now let me
I
ask
stuck it up
you,
to my eye and go, "Wow."
let me ask you this: if you think what I'm about to say is either A, stupid, or confusing, or a combination of the two, when the Z9 came out, it had 4,000 nits or what, it had a lot of brightness capability of the EVF, and now I do show the histogram in the viewfinder. I always have the histogram in there so I could see it, but I tried to have the brightness, I guess what I would say is optimized for me, so that when I went and changed my exposure compensation, what I was seeing as a change, the real-time change looking through the viewfinder, wasn't exaggerated. I wanted it to represent reality.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that they're making these EVFs that can get so bright so that you could take pictures, in the darkest pit of hell or whatever. But I don't know, me anyway, I just try to have it so it's balanced, so that I feel like when I'm adjusting if I'm in manual, if I'm using all fully manual and I'm adjusting my exposure, by changing my f-stop or my shutter speed or whatever, and I see the resulting change in my EVF, that what I'm seeing is a good representation of what I'm going to get when I import my photo into my software. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
Yeah, of course.
brightness really, I guess, is all this brightness something that a lot of people are going to use?
I don't think so. I don't know what it's for, but it was super bright, and I had to factory reset the camera yesterday because it was a loaner, so I factory reset it so
But
so you can see.
Yeah.
All the Nikon EVFs are good though.
If it's in auto, correct? Auto brightness, it will match the brightness of, that when you put yourself behind the camera, correct? But if it's very dark outside, it will make it a little bit brighter. If it's very bright outside, then it make it a little bit brighter. So I think it's I think it's, if you manipulate it by manual, then you can change the brightness. But if in auto, it will try to compensate for the ambient situation.
And then you're going to see it. Now, Tim, didn't you say that was something that you found on a discussion on YouTube where somebody was trying to say there was a problem with the EVF because all of a sudden it went bright on them and then it went dark, then it went darker, but they had it in the rock mode, and that's really why it did that?
I think the problem is that they weren't very bright to start with.
Yeah.
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 I mean, we can, in the C8 and the C9, we can make it brighter if we wanted to.
Yeah.
But I kept it in auto mode, correct? So it's matching whatever ambient light gets in the viewfinder, correct?
Yeah, I guess I just have a hard time understanding why you would adjust it to one extreme or the other. Because to me, it's like, because then if you go too crazy with it, then if you're making adjustments in manual mode, like I said, I want to underexpose the stop, and you see the change in your viewfinder, you want it to feel like it's really showing you a stop difference, not more, not less. And so I get a little nervous about, I mean, I don't think I have mine in auto mode. I think I set it for a certain level and I kind of leave it there. and I'm just trying to understand the other than when you're really in a super the darkest of night or whatever, and you have to see, you can't see a darn thing. Obviously you may use starlight mode, and you may bump up the EVF then so you could see things better. But then I think when you go too far with it, then you really can't trust your EVF when you're doing your exposure compensation. You have to rely more on what you see in your histogram, because your histogram is going to give you the right information all the time. Well, no, theoretically, all the time, right?
But it's actually when the ambient light is too bright at night. It's not. You have the starlight type of mode, correct? But it's actually when it's too bright that you can have problems and that the only way to compensate with that is the monitor, the little monitor, can go and match that light. But remember, many of us also use eye cups, correct? So, but I think for the hour that I use the C63, the EVF is impressive. Very high resolution, and if you punch in the button to zoom in the image, I mean, it was good already on the C8 and the C9, and I presume the CF. But this one you can see is even better. Right?
Yeah, I like that feature now, and then they updated the firmware so that after you zoom in, you can just hit your shutter button and it automatically backs it off.
Exactly.
Which before you had to, unzoom it, and now you can just touch your shutter button and it'll back off. Exactly. I want to put this up because this was kind of funny, and when I was complaining about my wife not subscribing to my channel, as Jeff says, Leslie just subscribed 6 months ago to their channel, and some of the images are hers.
And she appears sometimes in the channel, correct?
Yeah. So I guess that's even so, Jeff. I'm going to say that's even worse because my wife doesn't have any content whatsoever. So that's a worse situation. Yeah, that's funny.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. The 800, 1000. I'm interested in the 800 that you have.
Yeah.
What's the final?
Well, I think I know what you're saying. The problem with the 800, it took me a while to get used to it because your field of view is very tight. Your field of view is very small.
2 degrees.
Shooting with a 500 or even a 600, and say you're shooting a bird in flight, you use a lens like that for a while, you get very comfortable with picking up the bird, and now all of a sudden you switch to something that's like an 800, and all of a sudden you can't find your subject because you're not used to that extra focal length and that narrower field of view. But when you've used it for a while, believe it or not, you get as good at it as you would have been with the 600 or the 500, but it's going to take you a little bit longer. But the sharpness of the lens is phenomenal.
What size lens is the
front element?
Oh, yeah. The front element?
I know the C6 PF, the 6.3 is 95 millimeter.
Yeah.
I think for this one, I think it's 125, but he will tell us.
Okay. I just wondered, is it going to give you at least a good background, come up? It comes up.
Oh yeah, the blur background. Yeah, for sure. It gives you that, but the front element diameter is the same on the 800 as it is with the 600 TC. They both have the same size of the front element.
Oh, you're saying the 600 is the same?
Yep. The 600 TC. That one is That one is 95 millimeter.
600 PF is 95.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we know that, but what?
I'll look it up right now because I don't have any. I don't see anything written on the camera that tells you. So I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Okay.
Take me 1 second. Give me 1 second to look it up, and we will find out because it's a big beast, that's for sure.
Well, it's $500, for the Kiefer now.
Now it's a lens that, let's put it this way, when you could walk around for probably 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours with a 600 PF or 500 PF, and you're not going to feel it too bad. You're with an 800, you're definitely not going to carry it around as long.
Exactly.
Especially compared to the old 600.
Oh. And that's why, Chuck, they put the filter on the back side, correct? You have those little filters insert for the
46 millimeter.
46 millimeter in the back, yeah.
Yeah.
They don't even
that.
tech specs, and even the tech specs on the Nikon webpage doesn't tell you anything about the front element because they only tell you about fin filters on the back. That's it.
It's a 140 millimeter front element.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, you'd be going bankrupt if you tried to find something that would cover the front.
So that now it's yeah.
Yeah, you'd be like sell your Maserati, Chuck, so you can get filters.
It sells for right now it sells for $5,900 or $5,999. Is that right?
Still good
Yeah, it's
value.
on sale now, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on sale right now. Yeah.
I was
Compared to the older
wondering.
lenses, great value.
What's that?
Very good value.
Yeah, I was thinking, I cannot afford the 600 or the 400, the
TCs.
Yeah, I'd like to have it. I would love to have that, but you think I might be able to get the 7 or 800, and with the new price of 40 or 55 or
59.99.95.
Yeah.
So you're saving $500 right now.
And Chuck, we can tell you that the 800 is fantastic lens. Fantastic lens.
It is.
It's almost no different with the TC, except the other one has the TC, correct?
Yeah.
But image quality, it is beautiful, but it's like Jeff is telling you, correct? If you have with your tripod, or then you can use 800. If you need to walk to a place, then you take the 600, right?
Yeah.
Which you already have.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll walk around with the 800 for a couple hours, but after a couple, well, let's put it this way: with the 800, like when I was at the Wrightsville Beach, I wanted the 800 to get the turns because they're really small birds, and I wanted to be able to really, get in and get a nice tight shot of them and not having to do a lot of cropping.
Exactly.
But if you're trying to follow these birds in flight, and you're holding an 800 like this and following something, let me tell you, your arms wear out. Your arms will wear out.
and also you have the issue of the field of view. I think Mossman, if you are there, I think the field of view of the 600 is about 4 degrees. The 800 is close to 2 degrees. So you're looking through a smaller tunnel, correct? If you want to call it that way. But even if you want 800, correct? Birds in flight,
Yeah.
Right? I don't know, Chuck, if you saw it. Many months ago, I showed some bursting fly of some uh, red-headed dog in Texas. I took that one with the 600 plus the 1.40C, which is 840 millimeters, and
Yeah.
because it's so light, the combination, you can still do bird flight, but that is just because it's less cumbersome. With 800, Jeff can do it. I cannot do bird flight with 800.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could do it because I'm a mountain of a man.
Hey, Wayne, we'll see you later.
Take care,
See you,
Wayne.
Wayne.
And John.
John, yeah.
I'm gonna dip out too. I got to get some dinner. I'm starving.
John's going for breakfast. Mazman's leaving for dinner.
Yeah, I'll be back. I just need to eat.
Okay.
Purple with hunger.
You know, one thing I like the 800 for, and you're going to find this maybe a little bit funny, but it's a true story. I'm not kidding you. Like, so I shoot in a certain area where you don't have a clear view. You got a lot of brush. You got a lot of bushes, and you see a subject, and you're trying to find an avenue. You're trying to find a gap to be able to capture that bird. You know, that's say 70, 80 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
There's brush in front of you. What's interesting is with the 800, with the angle of view being so tight, if you sometimes I back up and I find a little hole in the brush, and I can aim the 800 through that little hole, and I'll get a picture of the bird, and I won't have any of the branches in the picture because the 800 field of view is so small that all I need is a little gap between a tree or a little gap in between the brush, and I can get the picture.
Okay.
So it's really, really good for that. When you have some really tight spots, you can, whereas if you had a 500 or whatever, it's a little too wide, and you're going to have the branches and some of the leaves and you're going to have you're going to have the blurry green blobs in the picture, and you're going to have the bird in the middle, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
800, you might not, it is kind of neat for that.
Good.
But I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, I'm always struggling between the 800 and the 600, and sometimes I don't like to bring a lot of gear. I don't like to have a lot of gear in my car. I don't want to have to worry about somebody stealing anything out of my car. If I bring 2 camera bodies now, I got the Z8, so sometimes I'll put the 1:400 zoom on the Z8, and I'll put the 600 PF or the 800 PF on the Z9, and I'll carry those 2 bodies with me, and I don't bring any other lenses. It's just what's on the camera bodies, and that's it. But I just don't like to carry a lot of glass, and then because I'm usually in areas I'm near the shore, there's always a breeze. I don't want to be taking off the lenses and changing them because there's a good chance I'm going to get some kind of crud on the sensor, and I'm going to have to clean the sensor later on. So I try to guess what I'm going to, or what subject I want to take, and sometimes I sacrifice. I can't take a certain subject because I don't have the right lens.
Well,
I choose. I say I'm going to take this subject today, and I'm going to worry about that, and I'm going to need the 800.
I know everybody's looking at me or not planning any photos, but I think that I like the 80. I think the 800 is just. I think is going to be my class.
Your go-to.
Yeah, and I'm really thinking that I'm wanting to get that, and I don't know who's gonna whatever, but yeah, I'm just really thinking I'm going to get it. I don't know.
You'd like it. you'd like it.
You
And,
you will love it, Chuck.
you'll like it
If
a
you can
lot.
see
I
if you can sit in near the pond where you live, correct, that you described.
Yeah.
You can sit in the ground or with your back to a tree. You sit there, and then you just let the nature come to you,
Yeah.
and dogs and all that kind of stuff. That lens has so much, and the image quality is fantastic, right? And
Yeah.
it's a lot lighter than the 600 TC, and obviously a lot lighter than the old 600 4G.
Well, it's a lot lighter than your old F-mount glass. There's no doubt about it. But it is heavy compared to the 600, though.
Yeah, the old 600 G, one time I did a trip with that, and even my son, I had to take my son with me. Hey, you carry this bag with my gear. I'm paying $100 for the trip. It was crazy how heavy that lens is. Roy knows, but
Yeah.
these new lenses, and particularly the 800 for the reach. Wow, incredible.
That's good.
But
Instead
mobility wise,
of a golf caddy, you have a camera caddy with you.
Yeah.
exactly.
I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
At that time, my son was like 15, 16. So the only thing that motivates them is you have to give them some tips.
Well, what's good too is this rumor, and it's from Nikon Rumors, a rumor that the Z9 is going to come out with a update for advanced auto function acquisition, another autofocus improvement on the Z9.
God.
And if there's one area that Nikon is just knocking it out of the park, is they're keeping their flagship camera near the top of the heap because they're always improving it. They're not just saying, all right, we're done. If you want something better, you can spend $6,500 next time. I mean, all these other things, all these other guys are coming out with stuff, and Nikon's saying, we'll play ball with you. We're going to update our firmware. We're going to keep us competitive with anything you're throwing out there, and you're going to be able to get it for a lot less money. And you got to give them a lot of credit for their mindset on doing that, because Fuji started all this stuff. Fuji was very good, and then they got lax and they didn't do it a lot. And Sony's never been good at it because their customer base has been complaining for years. Where's the firmware update for the A1? And they came out with it, and I guess it had problems. They had to pull it off the shelf or pull it out of the camera, and then they're working on it. And I think they finally came out with the firmware update for the A1 where everything's fixed now. But yeah, firmware. But Sony likes to propagate a new model number all the time, and they'd rather have you buy a new camera than improve the firmware to basically give you a new camera without you having to spend the money.
That's okay, but that's what they are. What they work at it.
They have a different mindset. They have a consumer electronics mindset, where something everything has a life. Everything has a finite life, and then it's time to get a new one.
And that's good me. I mean, look at how many cameras do they have in the lower list that are already being, shooting. I don't know. Yeah.
Working in manufacturing my whole life is when you get into doing things the way they are, you add costs to yourself too, because you have to have more assembly lines. You have to have a higher amount of inventory in your stock room that you have to stock. You have to, you know what I'm saying? There's something to be having a good assortment without getting crazy about it.
But they must have something that works for them,
Oh, sure.
So, and okay.
Well, it's their corporate philosophy is different.
Yeah.
That's it. And you either like it or you don't care. One of those three, right? You like it, you don't like it, or you don't care. And if you don't own their products, then I mean, if I don't own a certain camera brand's products, well, I really don't really care what they do.
And they've got,
right?
They have seen shoot. What am I trying to say? Their new, well, shoot. We're not what Nikon has is good is now everything is caught up with the store. Sony has new not new, daggone it. God, I can't think of this, but I know what they want. I know what I want to say, but I can't say it. But
well, it's like Baskin Robbins. Do you have 52 flavors, or are you the guy that has 30?
Yeah. Yeah. They're doing okay. Everybody's all doing okay.
Exactly.
With Canon, Sony, Fuji, Nikon, all of them are doing good now.
And that's why all these discussions about brands is so silly nowadays.
Yeah.
It's so silly.
Yeah, just
we need to. That's the only thing we have to reflect. We can man, I'm
we got to complain about it. If you want to complain about it, right? You got to find something. It's like a movie critic. You can't say the movies. No one wants to say a movie's 5 stars anymore. You got to find something wrong with it,
Hey, Rajesh. How you doing, Rakesh?
Hello, Rakesh. Good to see you. And Randall's bringing out something I was going to mention is that Nikon finished their corporate office in Tokyo, and Nikon Rumors has pictures of the building, and it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting.
Got the big one from what I was thinking there. Yeah. Oh, I still got a lot to go, and I don't know where I got thousands of things to say. I just don't leave. I don't have a good clue on what to say it.
But Chuck, you're doing. I tell you, from this end,
yeah,
you are doing great today. So please stay with the program.
Stay with the program. We're happy to have you here. We love having you here. And you know what? You know what you do, Chuck? If you're a little worried about it, you get a couple good models on each side of you, and we won't care what you say.
Yeah, that's right.
Get a couple of those people that you do photo shoots of, and just have them next to you, and we'll be like, okay, Chuck who? What? Chuck?
Yeah, really. I know it when you say that. I know you're true, Gustavo, and I just need to keep it up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And coming on the show here is a supportive audience and a good place for you to practice.
I feel like you're waiting for me to say that.
Everybody's waiting for me to grow hair on my head too. That ain't gonna happen.
It's more. It has. There's a little bit of. Yeah, no, it's wrong too. But I'm just enjoying with you all. Everybody is great.
And that's
Gustavo, you and I have to try out for a new part. We got to try out for the
the curly part.
Curly part. We got to try out for curly.
Provided we don't start slapping each other, I'm okay.
Yeah. I'll make a very poor joke here. I don't know if anybody picked up on it. One of the guys talking about did Z63 sensor readout measurements, and he goes by the name on YouTube as Horseshack. And I said to myself, is that the same guy that was on Welcome Back, Kotter? When you have Horseshack on Welcome Back, Kotter, I wonder if they're one and the same. Probably not.
Hey, Frel, I guess maybe is the thanks.
No, it's where your proving grounds here, Chuck, and you keep coming on every week because one, we want to see you. Two, we want to keep you nimble and in practice with all those fancy buttons you got in front of you. And it's just we feel like we're home when you're on the show. We feel like
exactly
we're home again. It makes us feel good. So
and also Jeff,
it makes you feel good, but I just want to let you know it makes us feel good too.
Exactly. And also Jeff, he keep us straight, correct, so that we don't deviate.
Well, I do appreciate that. I really do.
I need a good slap in the face once in a while. Trouble is, it's all virtual slapping. I don't feel it. If I want to get a real slap, I got to have my wife up here and I got to say some wise comment. And then I'll get for real.
At least in this channel, you don't slap. You don't pat yourself in the back like in many other channels that we see.
Well, you know what's? Oh boy, I'm tempted. I am so tempted.
No. Don't go there. Don't go there.
You had to say that, didn't you? You just I want to say something, but I'm going to be nice. I'm not going to say anything.
Exactly.
I think and I hope to think that I'm this way, and you guys could agree or disagree. And I know Chuck is this way. Is you need to be humble.
Mm-hmm.
Be humble.
Yeah.
About what you do, and don't put yourself above anybody else, because I used to tell when you get new people in the company, and I'd say don't get cocky. There's always somebody much smarter than you.
Yeah.
I said if the best thing you can do is suck it all in and learn from these people. And it isn't, and being good at what you do doesn't always revolve around that you're the smartest person in your field, but you're smart enough to know where you can go to get the information. You're smart enough to know how to get the information, how to get the right information, and you're able to understand the information. Yeah. Not that you're the smartest at it, but you're really good at knowing where to get it and getting the job done right and relatively quick. And that's worth a lot right there. It's not that you are the best.
Exactly.
But
Joe, Roy, thank you. And you've been so quiet. It's bearing a little bit. It's hard for me to. The people. Yeah.
He changed his shirt. Man.
Wow, he did.
He's messing with us. He was a champion before. Now he's a Nikon D4. D4S.
Yeah. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate it.
You see, he's a pro. He go and change his outfit, correct? Without even us noticing.
See, Roy dresses in layers, and every layer has a new saying. Take that off. Now, take another one off. It says something else.
The other shirt was too hot.
So, Roy, here, I got a question for you. And actually, that question also probably apply to Mr. Yesterday, I was going to charge the battery of my D850, correct? Yeah. And I put the battery on the charger, correct? And that was I use the same charger that I have they're available, which is the Z9 charger, correct? Instead of giving me either the little red light or the
You're
first,
talking about the EL18 or the EL15.
yeah, I know it's different. So it gave me a flashing, all the green light flashing. I said, "What? That's right." So I took it out, went to the Nikon site and checked. Hey, maybe not. Maybe the charger is not compatible with the old battery, right?
But the Z9 charger won't charge the first version of the EL18 batteries.
Apparently, in the manual it says that it should,
It should, but it doesn't.
but it doesn't. Have you experienced? I know you charge all your battery. Have you experienced that?
Yeah, I've got an older charger for that.
Oh, okay.
I've got a row of them actually. I just rotate.
Roy's got a box full of chargers.
I do, but I've got a table set up just so I can just keep rotating the batteries.
Yeah, that's what I thought I'm going to ask you. But in the manual says that that version, which is I see 18C, should be.
It should charge the 18C.
It should charge it, but it doesn't. So I'm going to look for my box of chargers, correct? and then try to get the charger, because at one point I thought maybe I have two batteries for the A50. One was original Nikon, and the other was Wasabi or something, correct? And they said, maybe it's because it's the Wasabi, but I checked, no, it's the original Nikon.
It should.
Right.
It's supposed to charge the 18C. It's supposed to charge the 18B as well, but
exactly.
I don't trust it, so I use the old chargers for them.
And you make a good point about the charger, Roy, which I think certainly I'm the same with you, that that in the not including the charger, I still like to charge my batteries separately, not to the power, because I don't trust if it's a power surge or something, and my camera is connected to you may have a problem. So I go fashion in that way. I want to have my charger separate from my camera.
Yeah, I'm that way too. I have chargers laid out, and the night before I go to shoot, I check whatever I'm bringing with me, and I check the battery in the camera, and I check my spare, and I make sure they're both charged up. So the next morning when I get ready to go, I put the charged battery in. I'm all ready to go. I'm 100% charged, and I like to have an actual charger. I don't want to. I'm not going to be one that's going to charge via USB-C. I'm just not going to do it. I just don't.
It's not as bad as it used to be, but you used to charge batteries in the camera, and especially the OEM ones. If they fail, they expand and destroy your camera for you. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still a worry.
Well, I had I had a problem, and this is okay. You guys could all do crocodile tears for me, but I had an older Apple laptop, okay, and I liked it, but I could tell that the case was swollen. The case was swollen on it, and I says, this battery is about ready to explode, I think.
Exactly.
So what really was a dumb move on my part, it wasn't my fault, because it wasn't like, someone at Apple told me, oh, it's not worth the finances to do it. I had my I think I had my DVD drive replaced with another hard drive, SSD drive or something. Okay, and I got rid of the DVD drive. So I updated that in the laptop, and I had a whole new battery put into it, and it cost me a sizable amount of money. And believe it or not, the sad thing is due to the operating system that was in that laptop, like 2 months later, they came out with a new version, and then they said, this model laptop will not support any newer versions of the operating system because the hardware isn't good enough. And I had just invested
a
hundreds and hundreds of dollars in up,
don't you love Apple?
and for nothing. I mean, if I knew that, I would have just tossed it and bought a new laptop. You know, would have waited and bought a new laptop. But I said, oh, I can get some more life out of this, and I put, you know, probably $800 into it. And then I couldn't update the operating system anymore. So it's like having a now it's just a computer that's sitting in a bedroom if somebody wants to go on the internet. That's all it's for now.
Exactly.
And what a good investment in man. Be careful.
Yeah, Apple have changed.
Careful.
It's worse now because now you can't even change components without going to an Apple store. They're all soldered in and they're all serial numbered.
Yeah. The for those who aren't already up on this, and I'm sure you are, I'm not telling you anything new, is the Z9 right now. If you were to get a Z9, you know, not that the price went down, but if you buy one, you can get a Nikon CFEB 660 gigabyte card, which they value at $766.95, which I think is obviously an overinflated price to begin with. But if you order a camera in the U.S. or Europe with a Z9, you'll get that 660 gigabyte card. And then it's probably an updated list, but Nikon Rumors published a list of CFEB cards, memory card benchmarks with a list of recommended cards for use on the Z9. So if you're not sure, there are a lot of all new CFE card manufacturers at some point are, let's just say, a no-name brand. Somebody you've never heard of. They show up. They give a lot of their CFEB cards to content creators on YouTube, as freebies for them to try it out and get them to do a review on it, and hopefully they get positive reviews. And there are a lot. I guess I'm going to word it this way: there are a lot of the CFEB cards out there that you might say it's from someone. It's not SanDisk, it's not Lexar, it's not Delkin Black, it's not ProGrade, it's some brand you're like, I don't really, I never heard of them before. A lot of those cards are good enough for video, because I think a lot of people think that, to shoot video you have to have like the best CFE cards in your camera, and you don't. You need the fast maximum sustained write speed on a Z9 anyway, to be at a certain level to support shooting 20 frames per second raw.
That's only you shoot short clips, because remember what happened to Randall. If you shoot with those cards for an extended period of time, they overheat very fast too.
Well, yeah, I mean, but he was using some cards that weren't the recommended cards for
exactly. But when you're talking about the other brands that are not, you can shoot video for sure, but short clips. If you shoot extended time, then they overheat as well. So
yeah, like the Angel Bird cards now, when the Angel Bird cards came out, they've got some cards that don't have that particular problem, and they're very good for video. But just because, like I said, just because a card is very good for video doesn't mean it's good enough if you shoot high frame rates. So you have to be careful and make sure that you match things up, because you could put in a relatively inexpensive high capacity card in your second slot and assign that for your video and be perfectly fine, and then put the faster one in your slot 1 for your stills. And that way you have the best of both worlds. You have cards that work for both disciplines, and you get the advantage of having a larger storage capacity on your video card without any negative results. But you still have to be careful what you buy. But, it's Angel Bird's pretty darn good, for the video side of things. But if they have different series of the cards, of course, and some series are made more to suffice the still photo side of things, and other ones are are more catered to the video part. So you just have to, and I wish they had a universal label on these cards, because I find it very frustrated that they're not required to put down what the maximum sustained write speed is.
Exactly.
They just put down what the maximum could be, but it's not the sustained number. It's something that you may be able to achieve under certain circumstances for a certain amount of time. And for a lot of these high-end cameras, you need to have a high level at a sustained speed, and they don't make it obvious when you're like in the store and you're looking at all these different cars, and you can just look at the label and compare them that way. They don't give you all the information that you need, and you got to do your homework on the internet. You got to read reviews and all that stuff. They just, it's kind of a disservice to the photographic community, I think, because you end up being the party that has to do the homework to get the right stuff. And you shouldn't have to do a lot of homework. You should be able to get that basic information on the label or on the box of what you're buying, and say, yeah, that will do what I need it to do.
That's going back to your point, it's good that they are including a relatively large size CFE card with a C9. But I also wonder how many of those Nico rebranded cars were they selling, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like they got a big stock, they got a big inventory, they got a big stockpile of them, and they got to get rid of them.
And that's a good way. That's a good way of attracting people to buy a C9, correct? Because that is equivalent to that card with one of the good brands. It's probably at, I don't know, $300 to $500.
Maybe.
So it's good value.
Yeah, you could get some cards that are as good as what Nikon's throwing in there for a fair amount less money.
Yes, sir.
It's you're paying for their name on it, but they don't make the card. They're just buying it from somebody else and putting their name on it. And Matthew Card has an interesting comment, which is here that I'll throw up. He's saying that Red has their own card, Red Digital Cinema 660 gigabyte Pro High Endurance CF Express 2.0 Type B. And he says it probably made by the same company that makes Nikons.
Yeah.
That's an interesting observation.
It would be too much of a coincidence that it would be 660 GB.
Yeah. Roy, you're selling stuff, man. You're getting rid of stuff.
It's not Nikon, so it doesn't count.
Oh, it's not Nikon, so it doesn't count.
I sold my old Noct though.
You sold your old Noct?
Yeah, which was, I'm still wearing a black armband.
But Roy, you were saying early on in the text that somebody was offering you a C6 III for you to try.
Yeah, these shops put one aside for me if I want one.
Okay.
They always do that though.
But do you want one or not?
I'm still deciding. I probably don't need it. It looks a great camera, but I've got a Z8 and a Z9, and so I might stick with what I've got for now. Another Z8 would be nice.
Yeah. See here's something that kind of proves the point of the mini discussion that I brought up about labeling and being consistent. Is Greg is saying, okay, he got an OWC card, and a lot of people like those cards and they're happy with them. They're not necessarily the best of the best, but they're decent. They're decent. And he's saying he bought the card, and he gets the package, and it has a 6K RAW label on it. And he says perhaps it's not rated to do 8K, and that would be that would probably be a correct assumption, that if they put a 6K label on it, they're saying that it's capable of supporting 6K, and if it was going to support 8K, they'd have an 8K label on it. So yeah, there are some limitations to some of their cards, and like I said, it's just not obvious to the consumer, and it's just frustrating as a consumer, and it's not right, because you end up buying stuff that you end up convincing yourself you'll hang on to it because it's not that bad, so you don't send it back, and you spent the money, and then you go out and you buy the widget that you eventually figure out will do exactly what you want it to do, when you end up keeping the other one anyway. I mean, that's kind of human nature. Sometimes you just feel, oh, it's such a pain to send stuff back, and I threw away the box because it was just a memory card, and I'm like, why do I care about keeping the box? And you threw it out, and then you convince yourself that you're going to hang on to it, even though you may never use it, right? I mean, that's just
still going to be faster than most SD cards.
Yeah, I mean, as Greg's saying here, 6K. I mean, there's only a handful of people that I've even met that have tried shooting 8K. To be honest with you, a very, very small handful of people, and then there's a percentage of people that are trying to do professional content with these hybrid cameras that may shoot 8K, but a lot of people just like to shoot 4K, and it's a bonus if they can shoot 4K oversampled 6K. Gives them a little bit more ability to crop the video without losing any detail when you have that oversampling. But I mean, 99% of what I shoot is 4K 120, and then when I actually go to do a video, sometimes I definitely want to do the slow motion 50%, and other times I'm like, I may have shot at 4K 120, so I have the ability to slow it down, but sometimes I'll say, you know what? It came out steady enough, and this bird's movements are really fast and jerky, and I want to show those movements, and I won't slow it down at all. And it'll be 4K 120, but I don't slow it down at all. I just share it how it got shot, without slowing it down. So, yeah, Greg, you'll be happy with the card. I don't think, unless if you're not shooting 8K, I don't think you got anything to worry about. You'll be happy with the card.
Everybody, I'm going to beg.
You're going to beg for, what are you begging for? A pillow?
Yeah. I'm heading to bed.
Us old guys get tired easy, don't we?
Yeah, at least right now I am. Tired, that is.
Hey, Chuck, you made it for 11 o'clock, and you're normally a 10 o'clock guy, so thank you.
Yeah.
So the question for Chuck, how early do you get up nowadays?
About 3, get up at about 30 or 5:30.
Okay.
Get out. Man, I'm gonna have to change that too.
Yeah.
It's good to see you anyway.
But yeah. All right, guys. Everybody having a good time. Thank everybody for listening
Thank
to
you.
me.
Bye, Chuck.
And
Thank you, sir.
everybody have a good time. All
Hey,
right.
say hi to Maribel for me. I haven't had a chance to talk to her in a while, so tell
Sure.
her I said hello, and I hope she's doing well, and obviously we all hope you're doing well. And thanks for joining.
All right.
All
All right.
Tell her we said hello.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Matthew Card talks about the CFE 4.0 standard, and the thing that people might get confused about a little bit with this 4.0 standard is that for you to benefit the most from those cards, the camera manufacturers have to change the PCIe architecture in the camera. And a lot of when a camera manufacturer comes out with a new camera or some of the existing cameras, and they say it's CFE 4.0 compatible, it does not mean, do not confuse that with that you're going to get all the speed benefits of that CFE 4.0 card. If the camera has not been designed with the new architecture, the new PXI, PCIe architecture, you are not going to take advantage of the speed. But what you're going to do is you're kind of investing in stuff, and Gustavo's done this. You know, the card prices are going down. He invested in these cards. It gives him future proofs things for him, where he's not investing in the old technology, because these will work, and you can take advantage of the capacity, and you can take advantage of if you have the right. If you have enough computer and you have the proper card reader, you can benefit from transferring the files quicker into your computer. So you can get a benefit there. Where you don't get the benefit without the camera architecture changing is you don't get the benefit of the speed of taking the data from the camera and putting it on the card. So you just need to hopefully understand that you kind of get a say 50% benefit right now if you buy the new card reader, but when a future generation camera comes out with a new architecture, then you're going to have all the benefit of that card. And I think I said that properly, I hope.
Yeah. And you, Jeff, you notice the different setting when copying from the card into your computer, correct?
Yeah.
If your card reader is also 4.0.
Right. Now, because I don't have one, is it about $100 for the card reader?
The card reader, certainly the Pro Grade card reader, the Pro Grade card reader. The version 3 was $99. The version 4 now is $99, and obviously compatible. The only problem with I noticed the difference. The other day I shot some photos in the SD card of the C8, the little one, that is for emergency. I have the card in my pocket, didn't put it, and start shooting, and it went into the SD card, which is my secondary of my C8. Then I went to download it. Man, downloading the data from the SD card take forever, compared with the 4.
Randall's. I'm gonna look through some of these comments. I mean, I have more stuff we could talk about, but we still got a long show. We're only 10 minutes after 11, so I want to go through. You guys help me. Let's go through some of the comments in here and maybe go back in time a little bit and see what some people were talking about.
Good.
Randall did 6K60 to the SD card, V90 UHS2 spec version without any problems on the Z6 III. Yeah, I recommend, because you're using the SD slot as your video, that you buy the best SD card you can. Buy the best SD card you can. And SanDisk makes good SD cards. I've never had a problem with a SanDisk SD card, but make sure you get the V90 rated.
I've had problems.
You've had problems with them?
Yeah, all the little contacts delaminated from the card. It's just one batch though.
Wow. So what brand do you like to use, Roy?
I like Delkin.
Delkin.
I don't use SD much anymore because I hate them. They're too slow, too unreliable.
I am disappointed that I did make a mention of it a week ago when I talked about buying a Z8 and my first impressions of the Z8, and one of my complaints was I really, really, really wish they had 2 CFEB cards in that camera. But even the new R5 II is going to be a 1-in-1 CFEB SD card. And they always use the explanation, and sometimes you got to wonder, are they just using this commentary to support what they chose to do, or is it true? But they'll always say, well, there's so many SD cards out there that people have in their drawers that that way they don't have to throw them away. They can use them. Well, I'm sure a lot of the SD cards that people have in their drawers, if they really got that many, a lot of them are pretty slow, and they're going to have to update them to the better SD cards anyway with these modern cameras. So I don't know if I really agree with that commentary that the camera manufacturers are saying, and say, well, we reason we didn't do two CFEB cards is because so many people have SD cards, and at least they can use them, and they don't have to spend extra money. But the reality is, a lot of those cards they have are probably much slower, and if they're going to shoot, 8K30 or 6K on them, they're going to need the faster versions, and they're going to end up not using them anyway. So I don't agree with that commentary. I think it's just a way of justifying why they didn't put two CFEB cards in the camera. I don't know. My opinion, worth 2 cents on a good day, nothing on a bad day. Randall's saying it didn't slow anything down either. Shooting that. Randall says, I do not need to go to bed. I just fell asleep in the chair. Probably with your dog right next to you, Randall. I know that's. Yeah, here I spent a lot for my my UHS2 card for my Z8. I didn't go quite high as a capacity as the 245 gigabyte. I think I got the 128 gigabyte because I'm just doing short video clips with it. But yeah, they're not cheap. The good ones are pricey. They're not cheap.
Yeah. So you send all your videos to the SD card? Okay.
Yeah.
I use it as a backup, correct?
Well, I use it as an overflow.
Exactly.
But I do direct my video to that card. So if my still images on card 1 overflow, they're going to go into card 2. But if I'm just shooting video, all my video is going to go to card 2, slot 2.
Okay.
And I do it that way. And because I don't shoot weddings, I guess if I shot weddings, I probably wouldn't be doing overflow. I'd probably be basically just saving the same information on 2 cards so I have a backup in case something goes wrong. But depending on what you shoot, right, makes you choose a different approach. And yeah, I mean I think the XQD cards, no matter how they were badged, I think, and Roy, you could correct me if I'm wrong, I think they were all made by Sony.
No, there was a few makers, like Lexar started making them, but Lexar had a few problems with compatibility at the beginning. There was Lexar and there was Sony and a couple. Actually, Sony was a bit late into the CFEs, I think.
Well, I mean the old XQDs.
I mean the XQDs, yeah. I call them the same thing because they look the same to me.
Yeah.
But Sony was a bit late getting into the XQDs, even though they invented them.
Okay. That's what I thought, that it was an invention from Sony.
I got a question for you here, Roy. In the guys, put QQQs in front of your questions, because otherwise I'm digging and hunting and pecking here trying to find them. Albert wants to know, for hobbyists, what megapixel count on the digital back do you recommend?
I think for the back, you're probably looking 40, 50 megabytes for the back for a medium format camera. Maybe up to about 60. Depends on. But the thing is, when you go medium format, you're not doing it hobbyist. It's really special.
You've gone beyond a hobbyist. You become a specialist.
Yeah, you don't buy a couple $100,000 worth of equipment to do a hobby.
I mean, I tell you, to be honest with you, I'd love to have. I mean, I've got the old film medium format cameras. I mean, and I would love to have a digital medium format camera. But I know that I can't financially afford to, where maybe I could convince myself to buy one with a single lens. I wouldn't be able to afford buying 3 or 4 lenses for one. I just can't.
You don't need as many lenses with medium format. You only need a couple of lenses.
I can't
But
spend that.
even then, those lenses are very expensive.
Yeah,
Like
they're
a
very.
Hasselblad macro lens is 12 grand.
Oh, jeez. No, my butterfly shots don't deserve $12,000 worth of lens on them.
That's Australian though.
Luke's asking if we've had this problem, and sometimes he tries to.
I don't think SD cards get hot enough to transfer enough to get hot. They're very slow.
Okay.
You sure you got the D850 uses, well, D850 doesn't use an SD card. Does it? I think it's 2 XQD cards.
It is. Or CFE.
Nice.
So you don't have a, yeah, I got a D850 right here, and it's definitely not, it does not take a SD card. It's
No wonder it's got a problem.
well, actually, maybe, wait a minute, maybe I'm talking out of my butt.
Because the format is the same, correct? The shape and the pins.
I'm trying to remember it. I haven't touched my D850 for a few weeks.
No, he's right. The D850, I got it in front of me. It has it takes the CFE or an XQD in one slot, and it does take an SD in the other slot. You know, I got it right. I'll just show it. This,
Yeah, I believe you.
if I could do this, if you could tell, it's hard to. I don't have enough light here.
Okay.
Maybe the SD card's slightly.
See the SD card sticking up higher. Here's the SD. Here's the XD card. There's the XQD card. So if he's saying tries to insert it, the card doesn't want to lock in and pops back out. I mean, it has like a
that little gray thing.
That little spring release to it, and so there's probably, I hate to say it, if it doesn't lock in, it's something internal in the camera that's preventing that from happening. I mean, you could try a different SD card, but I have a bad feeling that the problem may be inside the camera, and then who knows what that would cost to fix. I hate to say it. I've never had that happen to me. Roy, what was the camera? What was the Nikon camera that they made that you could get different configuration card slots? And I think you're muted.
Noisy here. Most of the D4s, D5s, you had the option of either going SD or CF, or I think at the time, or CFE.
So was it like you could get 2 CFEs, or you could get 1 CFE and 1 SD?
Yeah, you had the choice.
You had the choice. Okay, yeah. So that was on the pro level ones for like the.
Yeah, only on the pro level cameras.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Luke, I think that might be. You could just try another card, but I have a bad feeling that it might actually be a problem in the body.
Could be the card. I'll try the card first.
Could be the card. Card's the cheapest thing to find. You know, find some cheap card you got laying around you haven't used in a while.
Because the early Sony cards were a bit thicker than the normal XQD or CFE, and they would jam in the camera.
Yeah, here's the Roy made 25 megapixels enough for 95% of uses, and I know sometimes when you come on this channel you think that everybody's a wildlife shooter, bird shooter, And the reality is that those of us that choose to do that are in a very small minority of photographers that are
Yes,
out
you
there.
are.
We are the oddballs to a certain extent because basically a 24 one guy made a mistake and I called him out on it. You say 24 megapixels is all you ever need for anything, and it's adequate for anything that you're doing for weddings or portraits or shooting your kids or family events and blah blah blah. But there are times where you want the higher megapixel camera because you want higher resolution for some real nice landscape blow-ups that you might want to do. And I mean, you want to make big prints, or you need the cropping factor because you're shooting small birds. So there are instances where you need where you really can easily justify the larger megapixel cameras. And when you switch to DX mode, granted, maybe it's a 19.1 megapixel file versus a 24 megapixel camera. And there is some difference there, but it's not a gigantic difference, which may be the reason why Nikon has been waiting so long to come out with a pro APS-C body, because in many ways, and I think they've mentioned it, they say, well, you buy the high megapixel camera and you go in DX mode, it's pretty darn close to what you'd be getting with a 24 megapixel camera or a lot of cameras that were 20 megapixel. And we feel that that's adequate for a lot of people. But I've always felt that having had APS-C cameras, and when you don't necessarily have a lot of cash flowing around or laying around in your house, that you get to take advantage of that 1.5 times crop to put a relatively inexpensive you could put a 300 millimeter lens on your camera and you're at 450, right? So instead of
Field of view only, it's still a
field of
300
view,
millimeter lens.
300 millimeter lens, but it gives you the look of a 450 millimeter lens, and at a a cheaper price point. So I mean, it has a market. It has a market, and I guess where Nikon is struggling, I think, with determining what a camera like that, the expectations that people have for a pro level APS-C camera and all the features that they want to have in that APS-C camera, is going to come at a cost. And the question is that cost going to be reasonable enough where they can sell enough of them? Or is that cost to be able to pack in all those features that they want going to be cost prohibitive, and then they don't sell very many at all? And I think they're caught in that, in that mode where they struggling to figure out where can we maybe sacrifice some features and knock the cost down, or is that not going to go over well with the community, and they just want all this stuff, but they want it too cheap. Because think about it, the APS-C Fuji cameras are not cheap cameras.
Neither the Olympus or M1.
They're not cheap cameras. Okay, they're $2,500 or more. They're not cheap cameras.
I think the difference between the crop camera and a full frame is so close now that you wouldn't go for it unless you needed to, like a budget camera. The D500 was a different case because in those days it was cheap compared to a full frame.
Yeah, because now the thing is that if you did a D500 camera, it wouldn't be a D500 camera, right? You're going to want all the autofocus features you have in a Z8 and a Z9. right? You're
And
going to want
video.
all that stuff. You're going to want either a partially stacked or a fully stacked sensor. You're going to want an Expeed 7 processor in it. You're going to want all that stuff in it, and that adds cost. And do you now price yourself out of the market? And so they're just and you know what? Nikon sales are up, their profits are up. They're probably saying, hey, it's not like we're, excuse my language, sucking wind here because we don't have that model in the lineup right now. We're making good money. We're doing good. People like the decisions we're making. People like the lens choices that the lens quality that we've got out there. They like it, and we're making good money. So they're going to have a very, very compelling reason.
It has to be very good and very cheap
To do it. Yeah.
Well, and it had to be for that sensor side, high density pixels, because I think with the C8 on the C9, the X crop, you get what is equivalent to 19 megapixel.
0.1 or something. Yeah.
Exactly. So in order for a DX format to be distinctive for a crop on the C8 and C9, it had to be like 30 megapixels or something higher like that. That will make it attractive to me. Correct? That you can have a camera, something that you're photographing, like you said, sometimes the other side of the causeway, far away, and you have the good no haze, good conditions. Then you may be tempted to put a crop camera, a DX camera, like we call it in Nikon, but it had to be also high pixel density so that you get 30, 35 megapixel or something that will make it an attractive proportion. But it had to be, if that is the market, the wildlife person that wants reach, then you have to make it a weather seal camera, correct? You have to make it good quality. That's the point that you're making, correct?
Yeah.
It's getting expensive.
And I agree that if you were to make a D500, and I don't like to say equivalent because it's not an equivalent. It's going to be far exceeding what the D500 did. It's not going to be an equivalent. Is that you want that 33 to 36 megapixel sensor because you still, even though you got that crop factor, you still or you have that 1.5 times artificial factor, that you still need to crop sometimes a little bit extra. And you want to have that little extra wiggle room by having 36 megapixels versus 24. And like you said, if they came out with a 36 megapixel APS-C camera, pro grade body, all the features, in terms of autofocus methodologies and all that stuff, and programmable buttons and stuff that you got on a Z8 or a Z9 or a Z6 III, I would even think about buying one.
Exactly.
But I don't know that they're going to do that. I don't know. But I don't poo-poo those that want it by any means. I understand why they want it. I just don't know that the Nikon,
because think about it. That's that camera, which they say the size of a C8, on your 600 PF, correct, which is relatively light, that will have tremendous reach, correct? It will be it's like an 800 package in a without teleconverter. So I think it makes sense, but it had to be on that set of specifications. It's the same that we discussed with the Z7 III. It cannot be 45 megapixel, correct? It had to be, if they want to come with something, it had to have its own lane.
Yes, right. It's gotta have a unique characteristic that makes it
separate.
That gives it a reason to have its own place in the lineup.
Exactly. So that camera could exist, but under that set of specs there. The question is, what is the priority for Nikon? And we know that strategy, correct, was set in motion 2.5 years ago, correct?
I can't really answer this question good. Greg, thank you for doing the QQQ. Does its SD card give hot card warning shooting short 2-minute video? I have shot more than 2 minutes of video in the Z8, and I have not had on the Z8, and I have not had a hot card warning. But I don't know if that's dependent on the brand of the SD card that you're using, because just like when they did CFEB card testing, certain CFEB cards get hotter than other CFEB cards, and I'm sure it's the same thing with SD cards. But I have not shot a lot of video with my Z8 yet. I've just done a few short clips, probably in that 2-minute time frame, 2 to 4 minute time frame. Some that might only be 60 seconds long, and I haven't gotten any kind of hot card warnings. But that doesn't mean, depending on the card you're using, that it won't happen. Probably, someone that who has probably shot more video with the Z8 than me, because I just got the Z8, would be Randall. Randall might have a better feeling for the hot card warning conditions. So if Randall's still in the chat, maybe you could take a stab at giving Greg a much better answer than I can.
And Texas is hot, so he will know.
Yeah, and
the camera itself doesn't overheat. This one's, I'm using it as a webcam right now, and it's been going 2.5 hours.
Well, Matthew, you have not, Matthew, you got nothing to be ashamed of using a D850 as your main camera, because if you're not, basically, to me, if you're the image quality out of my D850, as far as I'm concerned, goes toe to toe with the Z9.
Agreed.
Okay, it really, really does, and the only significant, well, the two significant things, the one thing relative to strictly the stills part of it, is that obviously you have a lot more autofocus modes in the Z9 that make it easier for you to get certain subject matter, versus most of the time if you were doing birds in flight, you're using the dynamic autofocus range on the D850. But you have a lot more choices with a Z9 or a Z8. Your keeper rate is going to be higher. But in terms of the quality of the image, if you have a sharp image, with whatever autofocus methodology you use on the D850, and you got a nice sharp image, the quality of that image is going to be as good as a Z9 or a Z8. No ifs, ands, or buts. But now, if you want,
still here.
Yeah, if you want to shoot video, then forget it. Would never use my D850 for video. So if you're not a video shooter, D850, I mean, 2 thumbs up, man. No ifs, ands, or buts. I mean, it's considered by many to be the best DSLR ever made.
I'd agree with that.
Exactly.
I mean, it really, really has been. So do not hide it, and use it, and you want to, and wonderful stills camera, absolutely wonderful stills camera.
There is advantages to mirrorless, but it's not image quality.
Right, it's not image quality. Yeah. And remember, I mean, it took a while. It took a long while, in my opinion, from the early days of the mirrorless cameras, to get an electronic viewfinder that I felt was good enough where I didn't say, "Oh, it's so bad compared to my OVF."
Exactly.
Right. It took a long time for them to progress the quality of the EVFs, in my opinion, where it was good enough where I was willing to make the switch to mirrorless, because a lot of the early EVFs were horrible. It was like an old Super 8 camera, lines going through it, and distortion and, horrible. That's just horrible, So, I mean, they've come a long, long way, obviously, with the EVFs. So now, I mean, I shoot the Z9, and the funny thing is now from a pixel, how many millions of dots the resolution is on the EVF of the Z9 is obviously substantially lower than the how many million dots you have in a Sony A1. Okay, but many Sony A1 users really, really like the look of the EVF in the Z9, even though the was nowhere near the resolution. But you have to remember too, and I've never taken a Sony apart for any reason, but all I know is that there are a lot of lens elements that are in a Nikon Z9. In addition to, it's not just an electronic viewfinder, it's an electronic viewfinder that has multiple lens elements in front of it. I don't know if Sony does the same methodology and uses the same amount of lens elements or not, but people that got the A1 were surprised by how much they liked the Z9. I'm not saying they liked it better, but they were very surprised by how well the Z9 EVF was, even though it was not the same, amount, 9.1 million.
The problem with the A1 is that as you increase your frame rate, the resolution drops.
Yeah,
I much prefer the Z9 viewfinder anytime.
Not locked in.
It's not locked in, whereas the Z9 stays the same.
And that was the same thing with me, Jeff. With the Z8 and the Z9, you forget that you're looking through an EVF, correct? It doesn't. It's like you're looking the scene normally, right? There is no delay. There is no. The resolution is good enough, correct? And even with the D850, correct? At whatever the max frame per second on that one, Matthew, the only thing you still see the flickering of the mirror, correct? And that's one of the advantages for the C8 and the Z9 that you're shooting and there is no flapping of the mirror. And certainly for me, doing wildlife photography, correct? If you were looking at the scene, and I remember at one time looking at a scene of a wolf that was chasing a coyote. I mean, that blacking out of the screen with the mirror was disturbing, correct? And so that's the advantage. But image quality, I think the 850 was the pinnacle, probably of the DSLRs. Okay?
Yeah, and the D810 was really good for astrophotography.
Yeah,
D810A.
It uses the D810 a lot.
Yeah, and Jeff, it had to. There is this concept in technology, correct? That called creaming curve, correct? Every time there is a true game changer, you start a new creaming curve, correct? Which is basically you have exponential progress as people adapt that technology, but then at the cusp of that, it becomes asymptotic. I think for the technology we have today, and that's why all these cameras are good, we are approaching the asymptotic portion of this current cycle of technology, correct?
Yeah.
And the D850 was at the top of that cycle, correct? That started with the D100, correct? So it was difficult to make it much better than the D850. So Matthew, the 850 image quality, you're okay. But when you're ready to migrate, then you're going to have other things in addition.
Yeah, I mean to me, I held on. I mean, I still kept one. I had two D850s at one time. Roy probably has 15 of them. I had two.
I've got one left.
I got one. I only got one left. But for me to and I'm not saying I had inexpensive mirrorless cameras. I'll make that clear. I had inexpensive mirrorless cameras for just, pictures of the grandkids, stuff like that, not super serious stuff. But, when I really decided I wanted to have a pro level camera in the digital arena, in the beginning, I had the the D100, D200, D300. I had those three. I had the D3S, which I loved that camera. I loved the D3S. That was my truly first pro level camera. That was considered a pro level camera. That was my first one. But when you hit that, the D4, the D5, the D6, the D850, the D810s, you were in a different bucket. You were in a different bucket, and wonderful, wonderful cameras.
Well, the D3 had Nikon's own sensor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I follow more or less the same path, except that I have the D800 and the D800E. Remember that in the E they remove the anti-aliasing filter.
Yeah, I've got one of them somewhere. I think my daughter's got it.
Yeah.
That was a good camera too. So
Yes.
but that kind of technology progression, I think the 850 for sure.
The A50 is the king of that area, I think.
Exactly.
I like the D5 as well, but I like
but you only have how many megapixels on the D5? 24, 30?
I think less than that, but 26, I think.
20s, in the 20s.
20 something.
Yeah.
They do that for a reason. It's so they can upload the files very quickly.
Yeah.
High dynamic range. It's done for a reason.
Exactly.
Yeah. The press photographers, you got to realize what's the typical arena. It's going on Sports Illustrated magazine. It's on an 8.5 by 11 spread. You don't need a high megapixels to have a great quality image for a magazine cover or inside of a magazine. So the lower megapixels, like Roy says, allows you to transfer the files quicker, and the quality is more than good enough for magazine publications. If you're it's a different story if you're someone that's then going to take those images and you're going to do 40 by 60 prints, or or you're going to get into fine art photography or something like that. Then you might actually make the leap and go into medium format cameras at that point. Or if you're always doing large panoramic views or just large wide angle shots of the wilderness, and then you want to make a huge print, you might want to have that medium format camera. It's funny when you track and if you not, I'm a minor player in the game, and Roy's got a gazillion cameras and a lot of accessories and stuff like that. But I may have I have a different variety because I got different brands, and I have Roy's favorite rangefinder cameras. But when you look at you look at the evolution of photography, and I love to look at the evolution of photography. I really get excited about that. You just see the trends, and you just see how over a 10 or 15 year span, your SLR cameras, in the beginning, they didn't have self timers on them, right? So then the next model might have been exactly the same thing, but now it has a self timer, but still might have a cold shoe on it, or then eventually you had the hot shoe, and you had the piece, and the original ones might have had a PC sync, but they didn't have a hot shoe, and then they came out with the hot shoe, and it was all these just little dribs and drabs, oh, now you look. You'd look through your viewfinder, and the only thing is you see your match needle on the side for exposure. But if you want to know what your f-stop or your shutter speed was, you had to take your eye off the camera and look at the dials. And then eventually it was like, oh, okay, now they made it so I could see the shutter speed. Oh, now they made it so I could see everything. I could see the f-stop, I could see the shutter speed, I could see the metering, I could see the flash ready light. You know what I'm saying? And then you just see all that stuff get added on and added on and added on. And it's just fun to watch but that stuff didn't happen like a blink of an eye. It was all like over a decade or more. And then you know, eventually you get to that point with the SLR cameras where there really wasn't much more you could do with them. They had developed it as best they could, and you had a number of cameras that were, like Gustavo said, you had a number of cameras that were at that plateau. So where were you going to go from there? Now, then, you know, the digital cameras came out, right? And then you started getting into that. Now, the one interesting thing, one Nikon camera that I think it was highly underrated, and for whatever reason, it may have just been the timing in history when it came out, and the fact that mirrorless was starting to come out, was a very interesting Nikon camera, was the D780. Or is it D780 or D780? I believe had the phase detect on the rear screen. On the live view screen, you had phase detect autofocus instead of contrast detect autofocus. So you kind of had a hybrid camera between an SLR and a mirrorless camera. You had some mirrorless camera capabilities in that DSLR. And I was always wondering if they were ever going to come out with another camera that was a hybrid like that to keep the DSLR line alive a little bit longer. But I think that the sales for the D780 weren't horrible, but they weren't anywhere near, I think, what they were hoping it would be. And I think that kind of put the squash on that. And then, you know, you kind of just, the DSLR at that point was pretty much done.
Exactly.
Yeah. But now that we talked the history of the camera universe according to the Three Stooges.
Hey, for sure, we pay for all that evolution.
Yes, we definitely help. We help pave the way by buying the product.
Exactly.
By buying the product. I should go back and look at some of the older chat comments. I'm sure we missed a lot.
Using a D850 is a lot more fun than using a Z9. It feels better. I like the buttons as well.
Yeah. Now when I talked about Nikon Rumors publishing a list of CFEB memory card benchmarks with a list of recommended cards, I'm just going to say, in general, the best cards for Nikon cameras right now, they stated, were a Lexar Diamond card, a Pro Grade Cobalt card, the Delkin Black. It said the ones in the 150 gigabyte series, or Delkin Power, the Nikon 660 gigabyte card, which we talked about that they're giving away now with the Z9, and the Angelbird AV Pro SX or XT MK2 cards. So you like I said, you can go to Nikon Rumors, look at the table with speed. It has speed ratings and it has notations on whether the cards will support 8K 60 RAW, which really only applies if you're shooting a Z9, because that's the only one that does 8K 60 RAW. Randall mentioned it in the chat, and then I relayed that information earlier, that he stated that the new Nikon headquarters in Tokyo is ready. It was started in 2021, and there's some pretty neat images of it on Nikon Rumors. Check it out. We talked about the Nikon Imaging Cloud a little bit because John brought up a question about it. So we talked about that earlier, and what the 4 main services were for that that feature set with the Nikon Imaging Cloud. I won't reiterate it. People could go back and review it. And I had my tirade about dynamic range comparisons, and talked about dynamic range a while, and then we all had a little shot on that. For those that are Sony shooters, on July 10th, Sony announced the ZV-E10 Mark II, and along with that, a Sony E-mount 16-50 version 2 were announced. That lens goes on the ZV-E10 Mark II. Some of the features of the Sony camera is it's got a 26 megapixel sensor, same as the A6700 and the FX30. It's got a larger grip to accommodate a different battery, the NP-FZ100 battery. It does not have an EVF. It has no mechanical shutter. It has no AI chip, but it does have human and animal autofocus recognition. It has no IBIS. Has active stabilization with 1.5 time crop. 4K 10-bit 422. Okay, so at least you got 10-bit. Nothing wrong with that. 5.6K oversampling. Okay, that's a good deal. LUT support. Some people love lookup tables. LUT support. I know Wayne loves lookup table capability. Same audio mic of the ZV-E1, and it's priced a little over $1,000. And like I said, that 16 to 50 millimeter f3.5 5.6 OSS Mark II lens goes with that body. So if you want a relatively inexpensive like vlogging camera, or something that isn't going to break the bank, you might want to check that out. And that lens is just the differences with that lens versus the original version is it's lighter, it does look nicer, and it can track while it's zooming, which is a neat feature. It can track while it's zooming.
Cool.
Now, a few things from Fuji Rumors. Fuji Rumor, and this is coming from Fuji Rumors. This is not me editorializing anything. This is like right from their website. So it's me reading it, but it's them saying it. Okay, I want to make that clear. So Fuji Rumors is saying Fuji has finally released firmware for the GF 50 millimeter f3.5 and the GF 35 to 70 millimeter zoom, and every single GFX camera got a firmware update. And then on the X platform, the Fuji X-T4 and the X-T50 got updates as well. So they were happy to see that firmware updates were put in these lenses and cameras, which I think they, generally speaking, felt were long overdue and have finally come out. So for those of you that have been wringing your fingers and wondering when or if, the when is now. Okay, your wait is over. Now for the Venus Optics announced the world's first zoom shift lens. And now I went to Venus Optics website on July 9th, and I didn't see anything on their website talking about this lens. But then if I went to, this is Fuji Rumors now mentioning this product. When I went to Sony Alpha Rumors, they talked about this product as well, but they actually had a picture of it along with the specs. It's a 12 to 24 millimeter, it says 12 to 24 millimeter on the outside of the lens, but it's an APS-C format. So I don't know why they put 12 to 24 on it, but it's actually a 18 to 36 millimeter, because it's APS-C. It's an f5.6 to f22 with a plus and minus 7 millimeter shift support. Has 9 aperture blades, 15 elements, and 11 groups. It has 2 spherical lenses, 3 ED lenses, so that's pretty darn good. 77 millimeter filter thread, but it's a manual focus lens, and it's dust and water resistant. But there was no information on Venus Optics' own website as of the 9th of the month. I did not go back and check before we did this show, and maybe it's there now, but it wasn't a few days ago. Let's put it that way.
So you
Because
can
the Fuji's. I don't know who else would buy them though.
Mothman added something there on the conversation.
Right, shift only, no tilt. It's not a tilt shift lens. It's just a shift lens only.
Yesterday in the Grace of Westminster, they were showing a bellow system for the Z systems or the Z cameras. Did you see that one, Roy and Jeff?
I've got one.
Okay.
I haven't seen their video, but I've got one.
Okay.
Who's it made by?
Novaflex.
Novaflex.
Okay. The bellows are interesting, correct? For
bellows, they're very useful.
For
they're nearly all manual.
Exactly.
Manual aperture's a pain. I don't mind the exposure, but manual aperture can be a real pain.
Yeah, but the one they describe, and I'm not familiar, said that it can communicate with
that's
with
the Novaflex ones.
It communicate the aperture, correct?
If I was upstairs, I'd show it to you.
So because
we have to go to Australia to give Roy stressful physical therapy so we can get him to run up those stairs again.
I might try next week. I'll try and get up there. But it's basically an ordinary bellows in Z mount, but it's got wiring going between the two sides of the mount.
Now it will be a bellow that only changes the distance to the focal plane of the camera.
Distance to the lens.
It's not the bellows that can tilt, correct? Because they all
no tilt to it.
No, just forward and backward. Forward.
Yeah, most macro lenses, all they are, if you look at them when they focus, they're just moving further from the camera.
Exactly.
So it's just a further version of that. If you want to go, say, more than, say, 5-1, you need a bellows or something with a RMS adapter and a microscope lens. Sorry, my memory's a bit fuzzy lately.
Well, do you remember? I hate to use the saying "back in the day" because as soon as I say that, everybody says you're only saying that because you're an old fart. Because young people don't say "back in the day" because they haven't been alive long enough to say "back in the day." But remember when they used to sell the rings where you'd reverse your lens? Yes,
they're quite cheap.
Yeah.
But if you're going to reverse your lens, you're best to stick under 50 millimeters.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to have one that I used on it with a 50 millimeter lens.
Exactly. So Mossman added to that conversation. I think these Novaflex are expensive, and the official Nikon ones are a little bit cheaper, but they have no data, correct? Because they have to have a cable or some electrical contact through the bellows itself, correct?
It has to be wired from the one end to the other.
Exactly, but
you can get adapters that fit on each end of the bellows to do that, but it's not practical, really. You might as well just buy the bellows with it.
Yeah, and by the way, Jeff, when you watch that Mr. Wu on the camera that John mentioned, the Rolleiflex, that one actually was interesting because they made it already that the lens that came with has the adapter to be inverse for macro. So it was nothing. So it was part of the design already to be, used the normal way or in the inverse form for macro. No, I think exactly that ring.
I love that SL66. I've always wanted one. They're not
Yeah, it
as
looks like
reliable
that.
as the Hasselblad and that, but they're a lovely looking camera.
It looks like one of these other cameras that kind of reached the pinnacle of development for that style.
The technology in it is amazing. That was probably ahead of the Hasselblads and everything else, and technology-wise.
Yeah. So it's worthwhile watching that video just because you can see, oh, look at all this innovation that we're putting in the Rolleiflex. Right?
I never worked out how to fit a digital back to one, so I never bought one. All the others I can fit a digital back to.
You know, another funny little quirky thing, and I don't even know if they really sell them because I don't know if people would even remember them, was when they had the little close focus rings that you could screw, close focus filters that you could put on cameras.
They were just magnifying glasses, and they were terrible.
Yeah.
Nikon and Canon made them as well, but their versions were a couple $100.
Yeah.
And reasonably usable. Whereas the cheap $5 ones, they were okay. They did the job. They gave you a close up, but it wasn't very sharp. Then there's extension tubes, which is one of my favorites. Extension tubes are fairly cheap, and they give you a macro lens that does quite a good job.
Actually, Roy, the other day I was thinking about because the extension tubes, correct?
Yeah.
Because it also changed the minimum focus distance, correct? And as I was doing some macro with the 600, correct? I said,
you can even put one at 600 and then focus closer.
Exactly. So you can use a 600 and focus very close,
but it won't be as effective as a shorter lens.
No, I know.
It will give you closer focus.
Exactly. But I used to carry, in my bag always the extension tubes, correct?
Yeah, I have a set of the Kenko ones.
Yeah, I have the set of the Kenko ones because when they were in the DSLR, the Kenko ones were affordable and better. But I used to even like the proper Nikon ones when there was the SLR camera, okay? But for these mirrorless, it would be nice. That would be something interesting to have a set of proper Nikon.
I've got some Kenko ones for the Z.
Yes, exactly. But
just make sure you get them with contacts and metal mount.
Exactly, so that they communicate everything. Correct? Should we work? Yeah. The only thing is, you know when to use it. So that would be good to have.
Very useful.
And there is no penalty, correct? Because there is no optical.
You lose a bit of light because you're extending the lens from the camera. You lose some light, but it's not significant.
At least you're not introducing any glass.
And you can add a macro lens to your extension tubes.
Exactly.
Go a bit further.
Yeah, this is the set I have here. 12 millimeter, 20 and 35 Kenko.
Okay. And those communicate everything, correct?
These are, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, not that I've, oops, you can see the
contacts.
You can see the contacts in there. But, yeah, I mean, they're interesting. I mean, I don't use them a lot, but I'm glad I have it if I want to play around a little bit, It's not like they cost an arm and a leg. They weren't overly expensive.
No, the question is how frequently do you use it so that you have it in your camera bag, correct? When you need it.
They're small and they fit in your bag nicely, so I'd carry them all the time.
And you don't have to have them all, correct? You can take one of those with you.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need them all. But we're all joking about old farts unite, OFU. Mozman says OFU sounds like a university.
So Jeff, since we are trying the new setup as well, right? You should throw some of your photos just to share and see whether the quality is good.
Randall said he did have a little bit of an internet glitch, but I mean, I had a moment where I had an internet glitch, but you know what? I have full signal strength with my booster being powered versus losing power in the other half of my second floor.
Okay.
I have the best signal strength I'm going to get. I mean, the only thing I could do, which isn't really, I think is a big overkill, would be to run a separate line at the second floor of the house and have that run in and have a different router that's used on the second floor. But I mean, my signal strength is to the max, so I don't really see that's going to buy me much. But there's so many factors. Even your provider, they could have a glitch at their end, and then you see a problem, with the stream, and it has nothing to do with Restream. It has nothing to do with my computer. It could just be, something through the provider or something even at another person's end, at their end with their stuff. So I don't really think I could do much more with what I have. Joe's got the live cast on the 55-inch TV. He says it looks really good. So I'm glad of that. I did have someone made a comment on my video, and this is kind of getting off subject a little bit. And they said, well, how come you got such low video quality on the last video you put out? And the problem is sometimes YouTube relatively quickly suck in your content, suck in your MP4 file into its environment, but it'll bring it in at SD quality level. And then what's supposed to happen is it'll bring it in first as SD, and then you could go in and you could put your thumbnail in, you could put some information in, you could do some other things, and then you can say make your video public and then put the time and the date that you want it to come out and do all that stuff. But it's supposed to go, once it brings it in as SD, it's supposed to then bring it in as high definition.
Mm-hmm.
And so depending on when your video is coming out, it may not have been processed to high definition yet. So you're seeing it in a lower resolution, and you're wondering, well, why do the images not look sharp? Why doesn't it look very good? And it's just because maybe you watched it as soon as it came out, and YouTube has not yet finished processing it as HD, so you get the lower resolution. But that's out of my control. I have no control over that. That's just the way YouTube does things.
So, but show, later on, or when you can show some of your images, you can try that one as well.
Yeah, let me see if I have anything worth sharing.
No, it can be the same one from last week, right? From the same video. Actually, your oyster catcher video, at least some of those clips worthwhile repeating here just to test the system.
I mean, I can do a.
Okay. So, but certainly something is working better, Jeff, because when you were changing this image,
yeah,
it rendered faster.
Yeah.
So move one image down and see.
Oh, you want me to just pick a different one?
Yeah, to see
Yeah.
how quick it render.
Yeah. I have to get out of sharing this one, and I have to select another one.
Okay.
So let's see.
So you cannot scroll through the film?
No,
Oh.
no. Well, let's see if yes, I can. Let me just put in the. But you're gonna let me just modify my.
Because that one looks good.
Let me modify my Lightroom so I'm not showing all the. Adjustments, and then I can go and select this, and I will share the screen. Now it's going to share everything that's in the catalog, and I could just, click on something else.
Oh, that moved fast too.
That was fast.
I think this is much better, Jeff.
Yeah.
So go back to the night hair. Just that looks very nice. Okay. And try you can let's try to zoom in on the eye. I think this looks better. I doing what Joy said also. Okay, you see. Oh no, this is much better here.
Do the eyes have it?
Yeah, I think definitely this will be an improvement.
Yeah, so I think that it was definitely worth the upgrade. Going from basically $19 a month to $49 a month. So that's basically what we did. And like I said, I thank all of you that were kind enough to donate to the channel, because that I immediately upgraded it, and we will continue to keep it upgraded as time goes by. And as I said, I'm not going to actively solicit anything from anybody. I'm pretty good shape for a little while in terms of the reason why I did it. If you for some reason want to donate to the channel, then you can email me and I'll send you the information so you can donate to the channel. But I'm not nor have I ever done this to basically line my pockets. So
Exactly. But certainly the people that participated in the review, in the monthly review, will appreciate that, Jeff. So thank you. Because it's not only the money, it's the effort, correct? Because any upgrade that you do or checking is your time and the effort to try to you have to put to do any changes. I hate upgrading things because it's like customer service. You call customer service, okay, I'm going to waste 3 hours of my of my day talking to somebody until I get that issue resolved.
Matthew's watching the stream on a 43-inch LG 4K TV.
And it looks good.
What I like to do is I like to watch other people's content, other people's YouTube content. Not the ones that are just talking gear talk, but the ones that are sharing videos and sharing pictures and stuff like that. I like going on my 4K TV and finding their channel on. I have a YouTube smart TV, so I have a YouTube link, and I could go and scroll through and type in whatever I want and get a person's channel and watch their content, and pops out on the screen. And because I'm a movie buff, I have a 75-inch TV, and when I'm watching, and it upscales. So if it's HD content, it upscales it, makes it even better. And you're watching other people's videos, and you swear you're watching a movie. You know, it looks that good. So yeah, I mean, I highly recommend that if you're really just watching the show, and you know, maybe you have a laptop next to you so that you can type into the chat or whatever. But if you're watching the show on your 4K TV, it should look pretty good. It should look pretty good. Yeah, Joey, just send me anytime. Just send me one of the files in my email, and I'll pop it up here on the screen. You know, whether you want to do it tonight or on another show, it's up to you. But you send me it in my email, and I'll put it on. So yeah, so we definitely, I think, are going to have a more satisfied community when we do the photo reviews now. I think it made a difference. I think, and even just our images on the screen, everything just looks better. Everything just looks better.
Considering that you and me are using the camera in the studio display, correct?
Yeah.
Which is not the best camera possible, correct?
No.
And still, I mean, it's okay, but so no, it's good. It's good.
See, now you can see the bad thing is now you can see all my wrinkles. But we can see if I pick on Roy and we drag Roy in, you can see all the whiskers in his beard, you know, really show up good, you know.
Right.
You know.
Well, I remember Roy is using a better camera, correct? Because
yes.
You are using what camera, Roy? The C8?
Z8.
You're using a Z8, okay. So yeah, I never,
two USB ports.
I just don't have the. I don't. It's it's just the way my area is and the size of my area. Everybody probably thinks this is a gigantic room, and it's not a gigantic room by any means. And I have no distance from the wall to where I am. Okay, so I have no way of putting a camera, using a regular camera and having it aiming at me, because I don't have any empty space between me and the wall. I have a desk with a bookcase top against the wall, and I have a little cutout where my 27-inch Mac Studio monitor can fit in, and I have three to the left of my monitor. I have 3 RAID systems that take up all the room on the left-hand side of my monitor, and then on the right-hand side, I have business cards and reference material and stuff, and card readers and that kind of stuff. So my whole desk is like covered from one end to the other. I just don't have any extra room. And Jimbo, yeah, if you have an image, send it to my email, selectiveimagery1@gmail.com, and let me know when you send it. So because I may or may not notice it right away. Let me know when you send it, and I'll throw your image on here. We don't just share images. We share the majority of our images on the monthly photo review. But if anybody has like, oh, I got this great shot the other day when I went out, you want to share it, send it to us. We'll share it. No problem. Let me see if I. Okay. Haven't gotten anything yet. Jimbo's saying he printed it 20 by 30. I've done a few 20 by 30 prints, and to be honest with you, I don't really see myself probably ever printing anything bigger than 20 by 30. And I do like, I think my favorite size, if I frame it and I do a nice mat around it, or a double mat around it, is I really like 12 by 18s. I think you can get a very nice image and it doesn't take over your wall space, and I do have a 20 by 30 in one of my rooms, framed, and it looks very, very nice. But you got to have the right spot for things like that when you start getting into even the bigger prints, because 12 by 18, by the time you add the mat, you got 4 inches all the way around. So now it's 16 by 22, and then you put a heavy, nice frame around it, and now you probably added another 3 or 4 inches all the way around, and it takes up pretty good real estate on your wall. So to me, the 12 by 18, at least if you're selling the images, it's a reasonably good size framed for somebody's house, and you could sell it at a price point that doesn't break people's wallet either. You start getting to higher than that, the print costs go up exponentially, and then you have to charge a lot more for the picture, and then your clientele may not want to pay that, depending on your market. So
the way I approach that, Jeff, and I haven't done it last year. I still need to do that. That at the end of the year, I select the best 10 pictures that I like, and I print them all the same size. I think this size here, which I think is a 19 by 13 or 19 by 16. I don't exactly recall. And I mat it on the same size, and these are Framatic frames, which are all the same size and black. So you can easily store the frame the images, correct, and you can change it on the same. So standardizing on your size allows you to rotate your images. That's what but I didn't do it last year, so that's in my to-do list. Just to say, okay, go finish the year, take the best 10, correct, that you best 10, the 10 that you like the most, and then you print them all the same size, because I think we all say that here. I mean, pictures only take life truly when they get printed.
Oh yeah, I really believe in that. And if I printed out everything I liked, my wife would kill me, number one, because every square foot of wall space would have pictures on it, which isn't realistic. Obviously, you have other forms of art you want to have in your house, and sometimes you just sometimes you need a blank wall every once in a while.
Exactly.
But yeah, I love making prints, and unfortunately, like I said, I live in a market where there are no camera stores anymore. You just have the Best Buys and small, and the Walmarts and stuff like that, and the Sam's Club, that they'll sell a lot of the low end Canon cameras come Christmas time, with a bag and and 2 lenses or something like that. So I send all my prints out to MPix. I use MPix a lot, and MPix is owned by Miller Labs, which is a higher end company. But I've had many people tell me that they feel the MPix prints are so close to the Miller Labs, and the price difference is considerable. So I've been using MPix for decades.
Same here. I mean, you take, obviously you're in control. You take a little bit of a risk, but it really doesn't matter, correct?
I've always, I calibrate my monitor. Okay, I calibrate my monitor. I know that I don't let them adjust it when I send the file, and usually when I get the print back, it looks, I tell you, 99% accurate when I compare it to what I see on my screen. They do a really good job, and I like to use for wildlife, I like to use their metallic pearlescent paper, which costs a little bit more money, but it gives you very, very vibrant colors.
See, I share this one. this is it behind my computer.
Oh,
Right. So I shared this one in one of the photo reviews. Obviously, is okay?
You have a nice doggy.
This one, and that's what I do. I buy the frames, all standard, from a company called Framatic. Then I buy all them. I mat them myself, but I buy them standard, and then I print them all standard size. Right.
yeah.
And this is a very large size, correct? But it takes they become alive once you print them. But in order, when you say limited space, correct? You can rotate them, correct? You can rotate them. Because once you take them out of the frame and they are just matted, they are protected, and they don't occupy as much space in your closet. So I haven't done it for last year, but indeed every year I try to pick about 10, and then I print them with MPix. I have good result with MPix too. So anyway.
Yeah, and but yeah, to me, there's nothing like and you know, my dream is, you know, I've done a let's see. I've done a few photo books in my life, and underline the word few. I did one, I don't know if it's 3 years ago, and I only made 2 copies of it. I made one for myself, and I made a copy for my old neighbor, and I gave it to him and his now late wife at the time, as a Christmas gift. And so this was the front of the book, and this was the back. And basically, I open it up here. Try to, you know, I can't see what I'm showing you because I'm covering my face. But you know, I did a layout like this. You know.
Okay.
I put what it was.
Before
So how
your
many
data
images did you
period.
put in that book?
Pardon?
How many images total?
I probably, well, I don't know how many images, but I ended up doing, it was a very expensive book. It was a blurb book. I used their high-end photo paper for the book. It was 87 pages.
Wow.
87 pages. And this is, and I would like to do a new book that has more images in it, that has you know, a longer preface, introduction, a little bit more information about the subject matter. And I would like to you know, put it together and do one as a coffee table book and try to sell it. But the problem is the cost. This book was not a cost effective. It's not a cost effective way. I mean, I think I had 2 copies made of this book, and I had like 50% off. I saw they had a 50% off sale, and literally I put together this book in a panic in 24 hours, and I got it ordered so I could get 50% off. And I think the book still cost me $100 a copy.
Oof.
$100
That's not
a copy.
expensive.
So you cannot, you as in me anyway, I cannot make a book and make any money on it if I have to sell. What am I going to sell a book for that's maybe 200 pages?
No, I know, but
You know what am I? You can't make a dime on it. You're going to lose money. Nobody's going to pay. Nobody's going to pay $100 for a book.
But at $100 or $80, and keep a recollection of what you have done as a photographer for a year.
For me, it's worth what I spent. For me. But from a financial standpoint, if I wanted to do a coffee table book and I wanted to get published and I wanted to sell it, and this is where like I've asked Matt Irwin, I've questioned some people, and that make books, and I say, you know, who do you use? You know, how do you go about doing it? And obviously there's places that do these books, but they're all in that same price structure like that Blurb uses. Now the thing with Blurb is tied right into your Lightroom app. Okay, you can go and create a book right from Lightroom, and you create it and you send it right to Blurb, and they make the book for you. Okay, that's built right into your Lightroom program.
That was Matthew was asking about.
Yeah, right in your Lightroom program. But like I said, if I want to make my dream is to make a book that's nice, that's very, very nice and informative at a price point that people are willing to buy it at, and I make a few dollars.
Yeah, but as a book, they say a coffee book for yourself, right?
For myself, it was worth every penny that I spent.
Exactly, and then you have some, I say, some visitors or somebody coming to the house, and the conversation comes that, hey, I do photography. You're not going to bring them to your computer. You can say, oh, here my book, correct? Or that's actually how I use my iPads, correct? Sometimes the photos that I like, I put in the iPad because my friends, my ex-colleagues, they always say, Gustavo, what are you taking? So I have them in the iPad to show them, correct?
Yeah, people like it's just like people like to touch things.
Yeah, exactly.
People like to hold things. It's just like I always joke with my wife when she goes to a, you know, she says, I don't want to ever, you know, buy all my clothes online. Because she likes to, she'll go to look at clothing, and she likes to feel the fabric. She wants to see what the fabric feels like. She wants to get an idea of how that fabric's going to feel on her skin.
Exactly.
So I mean, guys, we don't care. We'll put on a potato sack. We don't care what hell we're wearing, right? But, you know, women, you know, they want to touch the scarf and feel the scarf. How soft is it? You know, how does this feel? How does that feel? And so, you know, a lot of people don't like to buy their clothes online because they can't touch them. They can't feel them. They can't look at the stitching. They can't see if the quality is really, really good or not, you know? So, you know, even though these companies try to make it fairly easy to send stuff back, it's still a hassle.
So as a coffee table for yourself, for your house, that makes sense, correct? Because somebody come to your house and having a dinner party or something, you don't have to drag them to your computer. You just show them. Right?
Yeah. But
so
I mean,
I use my iPad that way.
Yeah, but I would like to have the opportunity in my lifetime to do at least one book with a little more information, with more pictures, and get it published and be able to sell it and say that I really, really, really did a book.
Okay.
Even if I only make $1 a book, I don't care. As long as I don't lose money on it. But see, what a lot of people do is, you know, I mean, I picked, you know, high quality paper for that book. I could have knocked that book price in half if I wanted to use crummy paper. I didn't want to use crummy paper. And then a lot of people will have their books done and made in China.
And they fade.
And it's very, very cheap paper. The color reproduction isn't necessarily what you want, because you know what it's supposed to look like, right? And but a lot of people just have the stuff done in China, and yeah, okay, they can now make the book cheap enough where they can sell the book in a bookstore for $60 or $80. Maybe they make $20 a book. I don't know. I don't know what they make, but who was the guy? What was and I don't remember his name now. Used to talk to him a lot when Chuck was doing his show on Wednesdays, and we had a lot of people from England that came on. And there was that gentleman from England that went to Africa a lot, and he was talking about how he made books and he never made a nickel on them. He says, "Oh, I published some X amount of books and I never made any money on them at all." So that's not something that gets you excited to necessarily get you excited to want to make a book and try to.
Andy Miller.
Yeah, and think that you're going to make money on it, because Andy claims he never made any money on any books that he ever did. So that's not a good sign.
So Matthew's asking about a particular Tamron lens.
Okay, let's see.
I don't think I certainly don't have. I use my macro in the F system was the Nikon 105.
Yeah, same with me. Nikon 105, and currently with the Z, the Nikon 105.
And I don't know if
maybe Randall might have had some Tamron lenses.
Exactly.
Once again, I keep throwing Randall's name out, but Randall likes to experiment with different, third-party lenses and stuff like that, and he might have had one, but I've only, be honest with you, and I'm not slamming third-party lenses. I mean, a lot of people love the Sigma art lenses. They swear by them. They like them a lot. Personally, I think I've only, in my whole lifetime, I think I've only owned maybe 2 third-party lenses. And I only own one. I only own one of them to this day. I have an old, somewhere in here, I think I have an old. Here it is. I have an old F mount. Let me get rid of the statement here. I have an old F mount Takina
100 millimeter
16 to 28 f2.8. 16 to 28 f2.8. It actually has pretty good MTF chart readings. It's really a pretty good lens, and I like it. I like it a lot. I don't use it a lot, but but it's the only third-party lens to this day that I still have. I mean, well, I correct that. I did recently buy that 2x macro, 100 millimeter 2x macro lens from TT Artisans. So I have two non Nikon lenses, and this one is, this one
turned out to be an adventure, correct?
Yeah, this one's F mount. This one's F mount, and the TT Artisans is Z mount. But I don't have a lot. I don't have a ton of F mount glass anymore. I mean, I have maybe 6 lenses, and then I have some older Nikon glass as well. But pretty much now, if I'm expanding anything with lenses, I'm buying a native Z glass, and that's just me. I mean, not saying other stuff is bad. I just it's all a matter of your use case, your budget, and and Roy, you probably get this question a million times. Gustavo, you probably get this question a million times. Somebody sees you shooting, they ask you what you're shooting with, and then the next thing you know, the inevitable question that comes up is somebody says to you, "Well, what camera would you recommend?" And I hate that question, because
Every case is different.
It's too generalistic a question. What camera would you recommend? It's like, tell me, it'd be like, I can tell you what cameras you might want to consider based on a couple factors. One is, what's your budget, right? What's your budget, and what type of photography do you like to take? And then when you have that information, and I'm sure I could think of one or two other things I'd throw at them, then you could help understand a picture of what they're really looking for, and you can say, yeah, you could consider a Nikon blah blah blah, you could consider a Sony XYZ, you could consider a Canon ABC, and you can and say, but the bottom line is, you need to go somewhere where you can pick up all these cameras and hold them and see how they feel in your hand, see if you like the layout of the buttons and the controls and where everything is, and then you have to have an idea of the type of lenses that you want to buy. And not everybody makes, say you decide you want to do architectural photography, so you may very well, you probably need to have a tilt shift lens, at least one, right? Well, maybe the camera brand you were thinking that you wanted doesn't make tilt shift lenses. So then you got to think about a different camera brand. So there's so many questions to throw out at somebody, so that when they make, whether it be their first purchase of a camera or your 10th purchase of a camera, you have to ask the right questions to be able to provide the right answers or the right guidance or recommendations. And that's why I'm frustrated, the fact of the dying breed of the local camera shops, because these are the guys that would spend the time with you and help you out. And now
Yeah, they're gone.
They're all gone. So most of us have to buy our stuff online. It's very frustrating. And so you don't get to hold it. You don't get to touch it. It's like, when I bought my first motorcycle, a different comparison, same kind of thing. You go to buy a car, you go to buy an automobile, right? How many people buy an automobile and they never test drive it? Not too many people. Now, I actually had an uncle that did that.
Wow.
He had a car. He bought a Buick or something. He had it loaded. He had all certain stuff in the doggone thing. Oh, I'm going to love this car. I'm going to love this car. Two other uncles had Buicks, same model, different years. He buys a Buick, pours all this money into the Buick, did not test drive the car, gets the car, buys the car, drives it home, has it for a week, decides he doesn't like the car, and tries to get the dealer to take it back and give him all his money back. So I won't tell you how that worked, but you buy a car, most people are going to test drive that car and, maybe step on the pedal a little bit, make sure it's got good acceleration, drive up some hills, check the braking, check how it handles in a corner, that kind of stuff. But then you get to, like, when I went and bought my first motorcycle many years ago, you don't get to test drive a motorcycle unless a motorcycle company is having an event at a dealership where they load up a trailer with a bunch of motorcycles and you sign up to try out different bikes. You don't get to try anything. You have to walk into a motorcycle dealership and you have to sit on the bike in the dealership on the showroom floor, ask a bunch of questions, read a bunch of reviews, and buy that bike based on what you read, rather than being able to ride it out of the building and go a few miles and come back. And I couldn't believe that. It was the first time I ever bought a bike. I'm like, what do you mean I can't test drive it? Oh, you can never test drive the motorcycles. I go, nobody ever gets to test drive a motorcycle? It was like, no, not unless you come here when the company is bringing their bikes that, somebody drops them and then they repair them and they bring them to the next store and somebody, So that's the frustration with camera gear, right? You want to touch it, you want to feel it, you want to see how smooth the zoom is. You buy a zoom lens, you want to see how far do you got to turn it to go from one end of the range to the other end of the range. Like, perfect example of a totally different, beautiful design change is comparing the F-mount 200 to 500, very affordable 2 to 500 zoom to the new 180 to 600. There's no comparison. The 2 to 500, to go to 2 to 500, you had to turn it, let go, grab it again, and turn it again. You get from 2 to 500. The 180 to 6 has a longer range. You grab that thing, you could turn it with one hand, you go, I don't even think it's 3/4 of a turn, and you've done the full zoom range on the zoom. But if you don't get to touch it and try it out, you don't know that one is like, okay, turn it, and the other one is just, okay, I'm there.
And at this stage of the good thing is that the few dealers, correct, that still remain in some markets, and locally here in my market here in Denver, we have one. They are doing a good job, correct? And there is some advantages also. When there is a new camera, it's easy to get them from them if you are not NPS than from, let's say, B&H or Adorama. So I think the few that survive, I think they will stick around because basically there are not that many. Okay? And they actually, on this 663 launch, just making a comment what Jimbo is saying here, they actually did that quite well, correct? So at the event that I attended here in Denver, my camera, they actually have 2 Nikon reps, right? And they have multiple 663s, like the one that John described there in Malaysia, right? And a bunch of lenses, even the 800 PF and everything, correct? So they are doing better in that respect, and the supply of the C63 hasn't been that bad.
No, very good. Very good. They were good with the Z8 too.
Exactly.
Let's see if I got any.
Yes, Roy, but you're special.
What have I done? Why is it going quiet?
Let's see what I found. I was looking at a few emails here to see if anybody sent me any images, but I don't see anything yet. Do I still recommend the 2, Matthew? Do you still recommend the 2 to 500? My answer is, if you have a Z mount camera, no. The 180 to 600 is so much better. It is just, I would not even buy a used 200 to 500 at a deal versus getting the 180 to 600. It's that much of a difference. My opinion.
The price. I think for a budget, it's still good value.
Yeah. Let's see. I guess you kind of answered this question, Roy.
So Chicken Mossman is in the green room again.
Is he?
Because
when you see, when I have the chat up, I don't see that part of my screen. So that's that's my fault.
I used to buy third-party lenses like Tamron and that, but over the years you get small little problems like incompatibility, and like there might be a firmware upgrade and it doesn't work anymore, and it's just easier to buy the native lenses.
I think when let's put it this way: if Tamron makes a lens that can be used on a Nikon camera, if it's not something where they are working together, all these third-party lens makers are doing reverse engineering.
Yes.
Okay,
Sometimes
they're trying to figure out the autofocus, the way the camera thinks and controls the autofocus, and they're doing their best to try to make their third-party lens work on a Nikon Z camera or work on a Nikon F mount camera. But when you have a collaboration between the two, then Nikon is sharing data with them, and they are optimizing the lens much better for use with the camera. And because they have a collaboration process, Nikon will, and Nikon will make sure that if you buy that Nikon lens that was made by Tamron, you're never going to have to worry about whether when they do a firmware update, if they do a firmware update in their camera body, that all of a sudden that lens isn't going to work anymore. And if you know, I think there was an issue. I think it was Tamron, you know, where they came out with the same focal length lens that had a Nike Tamron badge only that worked on a Z mount camera, but then they also made the same range that was made for Nikon, you know, and was made by Tamron. But you know, the Nikon version, I'm sure in some cases even some of the materials that are used on the lens might be different specifications and slightly different.
Seems to sound different when it.
There is a difference between the Tamron lens and that will work on a Nikon, and a Tamron lens made in conjunction with Nikon. There's a difference, and I can't tell you all. I can't tell you any exact things, but you know, I've read enough and seen enough reviews, and where there usually is a difference in the specs, there is a difference in the feel, there is a difference in maybe the material used. So there is a difference. You know, Nikon has an influence on the lens design when it's a collaboration versus a reverse engineered thing. That's my thoughts on it. Let's see if I have anything else that I gathered. Earlier in the show, we talked about Nikon rumors talking about the P1000 Nikon lens going, you know, Nikon camera discontinued, the one with like the super zoom on it. And of all places, Canon rumors actually had like an article, and they said, do you still want a super zoom point and shoot? That's the question. Do you still want a super zoom point and shoot? And they said Panasonic just announced the Lumix FZ80D with a 60 times zoom range, 20 to 1200 millimeter equivalent lens, 4K 30 video, full 1080p, 10 frames per second in stills mode, 18.1 megapixels. It has a small sensor. It's the 1/2.3 inch MOS sensor, not CMOS sensor, MOS sensor, 2.36 million dot OLED live view finder, 3-inch 1.84 million dot TFT LCD monitor, has what they call power iOS image stabilization. It's good for ISO 80 to 3200. Aperture range f2.8 to 5.8, and then at the long end it goes to f8. And you can select an 8 megapixel still images from your 4K video footage. USB-C charging, dial modes, has intelligent auto, PA, S&M, creative video, custom 1, custom 2, scene guide, creative control. And this is cool, you can use post focus to select a focal point of your photo after the fact by enabling the camera to take burst shots with multiple different focus points to choose from. And how much is it for all this stuff we're just babbling about? Only $477 at B&H Photo. So there you go. You want a super zoom point and shoot that really has some pretty good features. You know, you're gonna sacrifice somewhat because of the small sensor size, but you know, hey, for a kick around, fun. You know, I'm not trying to make money with my camera kind of lens. I just want to put a few 8x10s on the wall. You know, why not, right? For less than $500. It's funny that Canon Rumors is talking about a Panasonic camera, and I do find it interesting that other rumor channels other than like Nikon Rumors is always talking Nikon or stuff made for Nikon, whereas Canon Rumors and Sony Alpha Rumors, they'll talk about a different brand's camera all the time. They'll talk about they'll talk about, you know, okay, Canon Rumors will talk about Canon stuff, but then every once in a while they'll have an article and they're talking about a camera they don't even make. It's made by somebody else. And Sony Alpha Rumors does it a lot too. You know, they'll be talking Sony cameras, and then all of a sudden you'll see 2 or 3 articles and they're talking about a Fuji or they're talking about Nikon.
So Matthew, that I used to own that 200 to 400 f4 VR2. That was a great lens f4, but it was heavy, correct? So for me as a wildlife photographer, I paired one camera with that, but and then on the 600 f4 on the other camera, and it was a good pair. But that 200 to 400, beautiful image, but it was at a time was expensive, but it was heavy.
Very heavy.
7.5 pounds.
I don't know exactly because I sold them, but it was excellent image quality and constant, you know, f-stop for the range. So it was optically very well made, but it was heavy. So that is the issue that we were talking, Matthew, that the new cameras and the new lenses is that saving in weight, correct? Now the 200 to 500 was a lot more popular with wildlife photographers than the 200 to 400, but image quality, that was an excellent lens.
The 2 to 500, if you have a F-mount body, the 2 to 500, I shot tens of thousands of images with the 2 to 500, and I got great shots with it. I really did. I got great shots with it, and if you're a photographer that isn't like that's their daily diet is to take bird photos and stuff like that, it's just something you like to do once in a while, or you know, you're on a tighter budget. I mean, you're gonna enjoy the lens. I mean, like I said, I mean, when I compare it to the new Z-mount one, I'd rather get the 180-6 because the focus throw, the zoom throw kind of was irritating because if
too long,
it's just very long. But you're on a budget and you want a lens that's going to give you a pretty doggone good quality print. Yeah, I shot tens of thousands of images. I probably shot over.
The AF speed was a bit slow, but not compared to most of the other lenses of its type.
Yeah, I mean it's a good lens. So I mean, I'm not saying don't buy it, but I'm saying if you had you know, I guess I misconstrued your question before. I made an assumption which was incorrect. I mean, I'm like looking at like, okay, if you had a 2 to, like my friend Bob had a 2 to 500 and he adapted it with the FTZ and he put it on his Z camera, right? Well, eventually his 2 to 5, I mean, he used it a lot, used it for years, a lot of years, and he bought it used. He didn't buy it new. Finally, the autofocus motors failed on it. So I've been loaning him my 180 to 600 now for several months. And he plans on buying the 180 to 600 to put on his Z mount now. So I guess I was assuming the wrong thing, but if you're using an F mount camera, is this lens going to make you happy? For the most part, it will, and it won't burn a hole in your pocket.
And that's why when buying all those good glass, correct, F mount lenses, I think that would be worthwhile going after Nikon refurbished lenses, because they will check the motors and everything before they put it there in their list, rather than buying from a regular reseller. So in that case, getting a refurbished lens so that they at least have done some check on the motors would make sense to me. But I agree, Bonsman, that 200 to 400 F4 was a proper professional lens. Right?
And it took slip-in filters.
Yeah. But the throw of that one was also, Jeff, the throw of that one was like, to go to 400 to 200 is like 3 revolutions of the.
It's all right once you're used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not looking to exercise my wrist that much when I'm zooming.
Well, which particularly for wildlife, correct? If you want to chase something quickly, and you have to be racking that lens, doesn't make that much sense. But they were state of art at that time. Now so that will be. But I would look at the refurbished one, because that's what I got rid of, thanks to Roy, of my F glass, because I don't want to do maintenance on the motors, correct? And you need to keep using them.
Tim makes it
old stuff though.
The initial acquisition of your subject with the 2 to 5, it's not instantaneous. It's a little on the slow side. Now, once you have focused on it and you're tracking it, it's pretty good. But that initial,
if it's got to focus the whole length of the lens, it's going to take a while.
Yeah,
it's about the same as most lenses of its type.
Yeah, but
especially in that price range.
It's not going to compete with a prime that costs 3 times as much,
or 10 times as much.
Or 10 times as much, yeah. Let's see.
I think the 200 to 400 is about 5 times the price or more.
Yeah, I tell you, I'll be honest with you. I never thought I was going to pay some of the money I've spewed out in the last 5 years for camera gear. Never in my lifetime did I think I would spend what I've spent. And I'm conservative. I mean, I'm somewhat conservative. But I like the results I get. And as I said, if you have to compromise between the best body and the best lenses, get a body that's very good, and put your money in the glass, because the glass will last you forever. Basically, and when I had my 500 PF, I used that thing so much, I probably took over 100,000 pictures with that, easy. Definitely over 100,000 pictures. Now, I didn't keep 100,000 pictures, but I shot 100,000 pictures at least. I wore out the autofocus motors in that lens, and I sent it back, and I had it repaired. I had them go through the whole lens, refurbish it for me. Basically, they refurbished the lens for me, and I paid to get it refurbished, and I got it back, and I liked it that much. But yeah, and don't think that if you are using a lens 75% of the time, and you're out there for half a day or a full day and you're shooting, you're gonna, you will eventually, in that situation, you will eventually wear out that lens and have to get something repaired on it. Doesn't mean it's a junky lens. I mean, but the majority of people are not shooting like probably Gustavo and I are. I mean, I'm typically, weather permitting, I'm shooting year round, and I'm out there 2 or 3 times a week, and I'm shooting for anywhere, depending on weather, anywhere from 3 to 5 hours every time. I'm not shooting 50 shots and saying I'm done. I might shoot anywhere from 400 to as much as 1,200 shots on one shoot, depending on the day, depending on the subject matter, depending, a lot of variables there. But, anywhere from 4 to 1,200 hours a day, 3 times a week. You multiply that out, taking a lot of pictures. I'm going to wear out stuff.
Exactly.
A lot of people are going out and they only have time. They go out once a month and they shoot for an hour and they're done. That lens will probably never wear out on you because you just don't use it enough. But for those of us that are doing it and have the opportunity to shoot more because we're retired or whatever, and it's a serious hobby for us, we're putting tens of thousands of shots on lenses in a relatively short period of time. And never mind what we're doing to our body, the camera bodies. So, we're going to be able to tell you how well how everything works in these electronic shutterless cameras pretty soon, because we'll have taken, hundreds of thousands of shots with them. And but I agree with what Gustavo was talking about, and Mozman's talking about. Lens selling for 5,400 refurbished. The Nikon refurbs is a no-brainer. You pay a little more, but you have a warranty. They went through the whole thing, man. They calibrate the autofocus. They make sure, you get. I bought a few refurb lenses, and I couldn't tell that they weren't brand new. I have no problem buying a Nikon refurb camera or a Nikon refurb lens. Now, be careful, because Amazon is doing. They don't call it refurb. They sell reconditioned products now.
Reboxed.
Renewed or something. I think it's called renewed, isn't it?
Yeah, renewed. Yeah, renewed. The problem with that is they may theoretically go through the camera, but they don't necessarily use all OEM parts on it. So it's like, bringing your car to the body shop and you want the original Honda bumper on your Honda car, and they put you a bumper on that costs them half the price, and it's not made by Honda. So, be very, very careful in buying those products. It's not going to be anywhere near the same as getting a refurb from Nikon themselves. I think you're much better off spending the extra money and getting the refurb from the manufacturer.
I'm using a refurb now. That's 24-70. Works fine.
I said that for photography, those F-mount lenses, if you're doing photography only, which probably you're using a D850, they also are better. But what I found when I started using my F lenses with adapter, correct, all the way up to that 100 to 400, the 200 to 400, and the F4G, that those motors were a lot more noisy. So if you make a video,
you notice it. You notice it a lot more, don't you?
You will hear the autofocus, and then
Clunk.
Yeah, clunk. And one day you hear zzz, and then you don't hear nothing. You go, uh-oh.
So and that's not a problem if you're taking a photo, but if you're capturing an audio, correct? So Matthew, there is nothing wrong, and that's why optically those lenses they are probably as good optically with all the coatings but they are housed in these with the older motors, with the the IBS that were appropriate for the time.
Yeah, and they're not optimized for 0 to no focus breathing if you're doing video
Exactly.
either.
But
So
optically they are very good. Correct?
optically very good, and if you were on a budget and you wanted to have some good stuff, you can put together a really good system
Exactly.
by buying a high-end DSLR and a bunch of F-mount glass, and you would be kicking yourself or happy. You'd be so happy with it. Especially, like I said, if you're not shooting video, if you're just doing stills.
Exactly.
I still use the D850. It's a good
And the
camera.
weight and the weight, because certainly for us getting older, the weight.
Well, the weight is a funny thing, because to me the only cameras that when the big push, the big marketing push when mirrorless cameras came out was they're so much lighter than they're so much lighter than SLRs. They're so much lighter, and I'd say that is true for Micro Four Thirds cameras and APS-C cameras, but if you take the Nikon cameras with the Z mount now, those lenses aren't necessarily light because they're optically pretty close as perfect as they can make them, and in order to do that, they add a lot of glass elements, and they have the largest flange mount, so they have to have a larger diameter that's mating with the body, and that in itself makes the lenses larger. So those lenses aren't necessarily, in some cases, a lot of these lenses on the full frame digital full frame mirrorless cameras are as heavy or heavier than their F mount counterparts were, for all the complaints about weight, because they're trying to make the lenses so good,
yes,
that it's got more glass elements in it. It's got the more robust build. It's going to be bigger at the end that mates with the camera because it's a different size mount, and all those things, so that undermines the initial argument of why you should buy a mirrorless camera. But if you do Micro Four Thirds, Olympus Micro Four Thirds, or Panasonic or whatever, yeah, you could get some really small telephoto or zoom lenses that have incredible reach because of their crop factor, and you have a very light kit. You have a very small kit. You throw easy to travel with, easy to use, and you just have to decide if you want to have that sensor size and decide whether that's good enough for you, and if you're just making 8x12s, 12x18s, you're probably perfectly fine. And obviously if you just post on social media, you're 100% fine, right? You only really start worrying about sensor size and resolution when you start doing larger print sizes for the most part. But yeah, so but the original argument doesn't really hold true anymore, because a lot of these lenses are pretty darn heavy.
Yeah, I mean, the 600 4G to the 604 FL, you lost like 1.5 kilos, or and then from that
lenses are much lighter.
And then from that to the new TC, including with a TC, you lost another, a pound or something. So that at that point, that start making a difference. One additional comment here on the lenses, correct? The F mount lenses, certainly on the telephoto range, correct? And I still have it there. But I think that's a function of how the autofocus work, correct? You probably remember having to do on your D850, having to calibrate the lens.
Recalibrate lenses, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is something I don't know whether it's even possible with a mirrorless camera.
Not
Correct?
necessary.
It's not, they have the feature, but it's not typically necessary to do it.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
so those are little things, but amount to basically why some of us have been doing the migration, correct? But I still have it there in my closet. That ruler, the special ruler that you can use to calibrate your lenses. So I had to end calibrating all my 500, the 200 to 400, the 600. They all needed to be tweaked so that you get the best performance out of those lenses for that particular camera body, your own camera body, correct? You will try a different 850 and may not work exactly the same.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just going to elaborate on Tim's comment here. With KEH.
You have a few bad things from KEH.
I bought several vintage, older SLR cameras from them, and I'm very disappointed. I had to send at least 2 bodies back that did not meet the EX condition rating that was assigned to them by any means. And in my opinion, they've got really, really lazy, where they do a horrible job even cleaning the, making sure that the mirror is clean, making sure that when you look through the viewfinder, the focusing screen doesn't have a million pieces of dust on it. I mean, just basic proper cleaning techniques of the product seem to be gotten thrown out the window. I mean, I end up
used to be good.
I end up going through and cleaning the whole thing myself after I get it. And I won't buy any more stuff from them, at least in terms of camera bodies and lenses. I might have only bought 1 or 2 from them, and they were okay. I mean,
They're not checking them. They don't check them anymore.
Yeah, they're not doing anywhere near as good as they did, say, 5 years ago, in terms of how much effort they put into really weeding out and making sure that you're getting a really
cheap.
good product, and they're giving you nothing for what you have, and they're flipping it. They give you 500 for something, and I don't feel that they're really doing a lot to check it out. Basic functionality maybe, but they're not going nuts with the cleaning and making sure that you feel it's like a new lens when you get it. And they flip it and they double it. They charge you. They charge you double what they gave the person for the lens, at least double, sometimes, 60, 70% more than they gave the person for the lens. And I don't think they're really doing much for that 60 to 70% other than handling the product and putting it in their inventory and sticking it on the shelf, waiting for somebody to buy it. I mean, they won't, they watch this channel, they're going to be PO'd at me, but I mean, that's just my own experience with them. And that's just the way
mine.
You see, those things that you use to calibrate your lenses.
Lens align.
Yes, I've got one of those.
Exactly.
Yeah, that looks like it's made of high quality cardboard.
No, it was very well made. Actually, Mossman, these are good for doing the ISO test now. With all those tests. Those are things that we needed. I remember there is 2 pieces here, one that attach here and another that attach there, so that different distance you can check the depth of field. Okay, so interesting stuff.
Like Roy now, Gustavo, you have that thing just sitting underneath your couch, and you bend down, and you pull it out from under the couch, and you go,
my closet. So Adam Mossman has
one of these too.
A test chart.
Yeah, to test if your lens is decentered.
I like the name on it.
Yeah.
God, just looking at that made me dizzy.
Did it? Here, let me put it back up then.
Again.
You're like,
Now you can use it to hypnotize. Don't bash that. That's what you. That's a video you need to. Don't bash Nikon. Don't bash Nikon. Nikon
Put a
is good.
thumbtack in the middle and attach it to a pencil and twirl it around. Everybody's going to be like, yes, Tim. What can we do for you, Tim? Send you money, Tim. Okay, Tim. Oh God, yeah, those. You go in a store and they sell those fancy outdoor Art Deco things, that spin around when the wind blows, and some of them are so ornate in how they made. And you go in a store and you see all these things spinning around. They got fans on them and they're all spinning around. And I'll get dizzy sometimes. I'll look at a certain one. And I'm like, I could never buy that one. I would like pass out if I looked at it more than like 2 minutes. It's just like, you're like, oh.
Garden ornaments.
I buy stuff from Japan through eBay, and that seems fairly reliable. You have to be careful, though.
Wow, this is unusual. Camera store that will that shows you what they'll buy it for and then what they'll sell it for. That's unheard of nowadays. That's unheard of.
But if you are buying antique, then you always have to do that, correct?
Yeah. The
problem is a lot of people selling them don't know what they're selling.
Yeah, it was funny. Sometimes I'll find something of interest that it isn't necessarily in condition by any means, but I'll find something at a consignment shop, an old camera, not something expensive, something that's from the 50s or 60s, and maybe they want $30 for it, and I can tell that it functionally works, but doesn't necessarily isn't in perfect condition. And if it's a certain thing, I might, I'll plunk down the $30 and I'll buy it. But I'm not a person that cares for pawn shops that much, but we got a lot of pawn shops in Myrtle Beach, and I went to one and I said, you sell any, old cameras or camera lenses or anything? And the guy says, no, we don't get into cameras at all. We don't have the expertise. We don't have the knowledge. We don't have the time. We're not going to recondition them. We're not going to, we don't want to go there. We'll never really have any camera stuff in the pawn shop. Although, they'll have plenty of video game systems and power washers that probably got stolen from construction sites that are for sale. But they don't have any camera stuff at all.
So the only thing you didn't touch upon, Jeff, tonight, as you were going through all the different rumors, is Canon should have a big week next week, correct?
Well, theoretically, they're going to announce the R5 II and the R1, and the R5 II is supposedly going to be shipping in August, and selling for $39.99, just under $4,000. I always love it that we never price anything like it's $4,000. It's like, no, you save that $1 or it's $39.99. You save that 1 penny, you think you're getting a deal, right? But if it's if it said $4,000, you'd say, oh, that's too much. But you say $39.99, you go, what a bargain! It's under $4,000. What a bargain!
You work with
Perfect
the human brain.
The marketing technique that's been used for a century with the automobile industry.
Interesting to see what the real specs are anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's that will be an interesting camera, but when you look at the pictures of it, it would definitely, if you were a Nikon shooter, it would take a lot of getting used to, because you really don't have like a dial mode on the left-hand side of the camera when you're looking at it from the back. It's just a series of buttons. So you've got your shutter release button, and you got some buttons around it. Like Nikon, you got your shutter release, you got your exposure compensation button, you have your ISO button, you have your video button. But on the Canon bodies, you'll have like your frame rate. Your frame rate will be a button on
I like buttons.
on the left-hand side, and you'll have a bunch more buttons. And I think, if you're not used to that, definitely a learning curve, right? You're not used to that layout. But I think the R5 II it will definitely be a very interesting camera. I think it'll get a lot of it will be a worthy competitor to Sony and Nikon, at the Z8, Z9 level, A1 level. The R1, there's just very, very little talk about the R1. There's just not
It's a
a
very
lot.
special camera.
It's
It's a niche camera. That's all.
yeah. I mean, and they're saying that's going to be $6,500. So it's like, yeah. I mean, that's the only thing that I think is going to be, you see the R5 II, and it's $4,000, but they've got that special grip with the fan in it, okay, to cool it.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Supposedly, if you want to shoot if it's going to shoot 8K60, you have to buy that option for the grip with the fan in it. So the question is, okay, so you got a $4,000 camera. What are they going to charge for that grip with the fan in it? And then you have vents on the side of the camera, but those vents are just to support the airflow if you have the grip with the fan on it. So you have passive heat removal unless you put that special grip on. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have certain limitations in terms of what you're going to be able to do with or without that option. And what are they going to charge for that option? If they charge you $5,000 for $500 for that option, now you're talking $4,500 for the it's for if you're doing video at high levels. And then you got to say, okay, what else can I get for $4,500? It's like, well, you could get a refurb Z9 and shoot 8K60 without a fan, right?
I mean, if you put enough metal in a camera, it doesn't overheat.
You can shoot 8K without a fan. I'm not a big fan of fans. I'm sorry. I mean, I worked. To put a high precision fan in any device that's long lasting and exceptionally quiet, and you don't hear even the wind noise, from the air that it's moving around, is very expensive. Very
and
expensive.
They don't last forever. They slowly get noisier with time.
Yeah, it would be very, very, very interesting if any of that noise would be heard when you shoot your video. The
thing about video is you need the cooling to keep the sensor cool. The hotter the sensor, the more noise you get.
Yeah. But you have to. I think Nikon does it with a combination of masks. They probably do it with the type of thermal grease or thermal pads that they use to dissipate the heat. How much of a heat sink material do they have underneath the chip? Mm-hmm. Chips that generate the most heat. And what kind of metal are they using inside the body? You're using magnesium on the outside, but what kind of material are they using for the frame? What type of material are they using where you're mounting the PC board on.
Plastic.
So there's a lot of factors that you could use to help mitigate heat depending on your material selection.
Also, the components, the cheaper the component, the more heat they generate.
Right. You do a better design part, it will draw less, it'll require less energy to operate and be cooler. So there are a lot of things that you could do to control your heat, and I think to me the fan is I hate to be so negative. To me, the fan is a lazy man's out. My opinion.
On video cameras, I think it's acceptable because it's the best way of cooling them, but not on a home camera. It's overkill.
You mount the fan on. You mount one of the fans on the Fuji cameras. Well, now you're mounting it. You're opening up your LCD and you're folding the LCD display outward, and then you have tap screws so you can mount the fan on the back. So now your screen is sticking out, whether you want it to be sticking out or not, because you got to use the fan to cool the camera body. So maybe you don't want to have the tilt display hanging out like that. Maybe you don't want to potentially bang it or damage it. You want it folded on the body. Well, you can't because you got the fan there now. So I'm not a big fan of fans. If you get my drift, I'm not a big
Not on
fan.
a camera, on a movie camera, perhaps.
Yeah, not on a hybrid mirrorless camera. I mean, there comes a point in time where you have to delineate between a hybrid camera and a cinema camera, a film camera, and a cinema camera, and you want certain you want it. People want everything that's in a $10,000 camera, cinema camera, or $15,000 cinema camera, and they think they're going to get it in a hybrid camera. No, if you want to be that serious about your video, go buy a video camera. That's my opinion. You're only going to be able to do so much with the form factor and size of the 35 millimeter mirrorless bodies, and you can see that some of them are getting some of the bodies are getting thicker.
Yeah, they need to be a bit bigger and more metal to cool them down. They're going too much plastic and too small.
Yeah.
Plastic doesn't dissipate heat.
No.
But the good thing is that there will be new cameras, and they will have new features and new capabilities, right? And on the other side, Mossman, you will not have to make some more videos because they will not start criticizing the Z6 III.
Yeah. Get ready. Your new line of business is going to expand rapidly because the Z6 III negativity is just going to continue to grow.
No, on the contrary, they have a new toy.
That's true.
Yeah, but it's just funny that it's funny. Well, I don't say it's funny. It's confusing why anything that you can point out on other brands, if you want to be that way, never garners the same attention as if Nikon did the same thing. It's just
in the past, Nikon was the main camera brand everyone looked up to. It's just a matter of big poppy syndrome. They just want to pull it down.
Yeah.
Nikon used to be the brand to have if you're a professional. Then it was Canon, and now it's anything.
That black line that you mentioned, Tim. I never heard about that until I saw the rebuttal that you make on that one, because I mean,
well, that's because I could only track down one person that had that issue. One person.
I can't say be common.
Yeah, but it's a major flaw. Nikon has to do a recall. Don't buy this camera.
One of them was faulty.
Oh
Yeah.
no, exactly. But and it was funny because as we said on this special event, there have been parading these cameras, correct? And they said I don't remember seeing any banding or a black vertical line. So
I can
Yeah,
see
the funny
how
thing.
there's a few things that could cause it, but the thing is, it's only going to be one camera.
Yeah. The funny thing was the person that had the issue with the camera, one of the first things he stated that he has horrible luck when it comes to electronics. He's always buying new things, and he's always getting damaged merchandise. So if it was going to happen to someone, I guess it would have happened to him.
Ooh, okay. I got an email from Jimbo, sent me some pictures, and I'm just seeing him. I got a little confused because I never had pictures sent to me this way, so I got a little bit confused because that doesn't take much when you're my age. Anything different is confusing. So I have an image of his to share, and I apologize to him, and hopefully he is still here. For not sharing it probably 20 minutes ago, but I will share it now because I
He seems to still be here.
I recognize the folly of my error here.
I think he's still here.
Okay.
Yep.
And so there's several images he sent me, but I'll have to one at a time. So here's one image that he sent in. So. I've got this thing so big I can't see the chat anymore. So hopefully he can go in and describe where this picture was taken and what he used to take it with. Would be nice.
Nice photo for sure.
Yeah.
Nice architecture.
Nice perspective.
So Jimbo, you had to send some of that for the July camera review as well, with the description, but and those are prints, correct? That he had made.
Yeah,
looks like a frame.
Yeah, framed. Yeah, that's nice. Let me find the other one here. It's going to take me a minute because, like I said, it's a.
So where is that location, Jimbo?
He's got one. Okay, so this one. This is an enhanced image of that of what you just saw.
Okay.
Love
the sky.
And so this one is. Let me get this one here. So. That's the enhanced version, so I think it's
okay.
Let me make sure.
Lovely sky and the reflection is fantastic.
I don't think that's. Come on, I got it.
I like this one better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this one is the. Let me just make sure I got the right one here. I'm just gonna make sure I didn't if I have them both on this. No, that is. So this is the. I think this is the better one.
Yeah, it says enhance. The file name says enhance.
So yeah. So that's a nice shot. Is he saying where that's from? Did he say?
Yes. He said that off the Mississippi on the Iowa-Illinois border, this bridge was finished in 2020, Interstate 74 Davenport.
Yeah, I like that.
Now the reflection.
Well, what I like is the street lights are on the bridge, and you see the reflection of the street lights in the water too.
Canon R6M2 Mark II, 24 to 72.8.
Good job. Very nice. Very nice.
We always like to see images, and we like to see contributions to the photo review.
Yep, absolutely. So, make sure that you participate Nat, send us a few more because we like.
I'm curious how long the exposure was.
Did you get that video from Joy or not? Yeah.
No.
What video?
No, I didn't get it. I didn't get anything from Joey.
Yeah, a tip. I have at one point one. I think it was a plasma TV from Samsung that also had one dead pixel, and that pixel started growing up like a vertical line. Drove me crazy.
Oh yeah. I can't stand dead pixels.
The OLED were very sensitive to that kind of thing. So
And they fade too.
They've gotten a lot better.
yeah.
2-minute exposure.
Okay. Well, beautiful.
Very nice.
And also good test, Jeff, for the system for sure. This is a lot better quality. So you share using what, Jeff?
What's that?
How do you rate the sharing?
Oh, I think this was worth the money.
I know, but how do you share that photo?
The one that he just sent me?
Yes.
He sent it to me as a let me open up my email again quick. This is what confused me. He sent it to me as part of an Adobe portfolio with a bridge picture. So it's through Google. And
Google Drive?
Yeah, Google Drive. So I basically just opened it up. I just opened up the file and then I just did share and then I went to window.
When it opened as a JPEG using what?
Yeah, it came up as a JPEG using Google Drive.
Okay.
And so I just selected it and opened it up and then did a share.
It looks good. It looks good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't often get stuff sent to me on Google Drive, so I get a little bit like, what's this? And then I got confused when it said Adobe Portfolio because I have a portfolio in Adobe Portfolio, and I wasn't sure if a person was commenting on my portfolio. So I kind of looked at it quick and I just kind of dismissed it and I didn't read it close enough. And then I realized, oh no, he's sending me something, and I'm clicking on the links, and of course my computer's saying, make sure you want to click on that link now, could have a problem. I go, screw it, I'm going to click on the link. and it worked fine. But I love it when your computer's like, you better think about this.
Exactly. No, but it was a good test for the new setup for sure.
Yeah, I don't. Give me a second here. We got a few minutes left here. Let me give me a second to find it. No, see, I deleted it. I don't. Let me see where I might have it. Well, I guess I could do this one. Never tried this before. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Neville, and welcome to Selective Imagery. You can see how the quality looks here.
Okay. Let's see how it plays in the TV as well.
Now this is just a MPEG video. This is a MPEG video file.
Matthew's leaving.
Who's leaving?
Matthew Card.
Oh,
It's 2
Matt
a.m.
here. Thanks for coming on. Welcome to the Wonders of Nature Photography, Part 2. For many, springtime represents a new beginning, so the emergence of new life on this planet we call Earth. As photographers, we attempt to capture some of these moments with our photography and video gear.
Looks good here.
Good to hear.
Eyes and our mind capture these moments the best. But of course, as we age and our memories become less focused, of course, as we age, we don't do this anymore. Of course, as we age, we decide, nah, had enough. I gotta bring up the where the heck is my? What did I do? Somehow the doggone thing disappears on me here. Yeah, I don't see my. I don't know if you guys could see me, but I see nothing on my screen right now.
We can see you.
Yeah, we can see you.
I don't know where it goes. It just like disappears. The whole doggone screen. You know, it's like, you know, I had to go back in my apps and click on Google Chrome, and then it pops back up. But I don't know why it does that. It just kind of like
the Gremlins had it.
Is it a Z6 III?
It just did it on me again. You know, it has to do with when I go full screen. If I don't click on the icon perfectly, the whole screen goes away, and I can't find it anywhere. It just goes away.
And the escape button doesn't work.
I didn't try the escape. I'll have to try that next time. But yeah, a little.
Yeah, escape should get you out of full screen mode.
Yeah, let me try it here. Okay, I'm full screen. Yeah, that's what I got to do from now on, because it has like a little square box in the lower right hand corner to click on it, and if I misclick it, then I have the problem. So
do you use a mouse or a trackpad?
Use a mouse.
Okay.
I bought a trackpad. I have a nice Apple trackpad, and I haven't hooked it up yet.
If you use it, you can set up multiple desktops, and then you can just use gestures to switch between them. Did you get one of these?
Yes, that's probably what he has.
Yeah, let me see. I got it in my cabinet here. I don't even think I.
You should use it. This is a good track. If this is the one you have, this is a really good trackpad.
I got the.
I know they make a smaller one too. It's silver.
Well, I didn't even.
Brand new in the box.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's the same one.
Yeah, brand new in the box. Not used yet.
Well, next Saturday.
Yeah.
And that allows him to do what, Tim?
Well, then you can use gestures, so that you could use like You can use like 3 fingers, and you can
close it?
on Apple. Yeah.
Okay.
But he could set up multiple desktops, which is the same thing, almost like having 2 monitors, and then you can just use 3 fingers on your trackpad and scroll from one desktop to the next. So you could have this on one screen, and you could have the slideshow on another screen, and just 3 fingers.
Rather than him moving from the studios to the laptop, correct?
Yeah.
Do you hear that one?
Yeah. You know.
We can talk through it if you want at some point.
In this case, in this case, I have the hardware. I just haven't done anything with it. I don't even know why, because I used to like trackpads a lot. My wife hates them. Oh my God, she hates trackpads. She's like, oh, she's like, keep it away, keep it away. But I always liked them. I just haven't set it up yet. I gotta do that.
And that's probably wireless, correct?
I got a few widgets that I
Yeah, it's a wireless one.
Exactly. So once you charge it, then it's wireless.
Yep.
But,
it's got a little power switch on it too. So
exactly. So good test, Mr. Jeff. I think.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Restream make you upgrade, but it seems to be working.
Yeah, I think it was worth doing it because I think, and especially when we do the photos, people want to have a better representation of what we've all taken pictures of, and it does get frustrating if everything's a little fuzzy because people aren't taking fuzzy photographs. Not anybody that frequents this show. Everything is, nah, yours are fine. And we're converting you a little at a time. We got to, so we can get you a shirt, the Bird Man of Australia.
I think I've got a way to go there.
What's your or we'll call you a Kookaburra Man. Kookaburra Man.
It's Cuckoo Man, I do. Haven't seen the kookaburras today. Lots of parrots. No kookaburras.
Like I said, for those that are still hanging out in the chat, and is to next Saturday we will have a show. I'll be flying back from Connecticut, getting in at like 4 p.m. Trying to set up quickly and get ready for the show. Probably will not have had time to do a lot of advance, research or anything on the show, but we're going to celebrate 1 year of doing a live stream, our 52nd episode. And hopefully everybody can tell a story, maybe tell stories about, your favorite live stream in the past year, or your favorite photo of the month entry, or what have you. It'd be neat sometime to, obviously we're not a photo contest, but it would be, maybe someday it would be neat to save some of the photo reviews, and then, every 6 months, and maybe the panel members go through a lot of the images and do a 10 best thing or something like that. But we're trying not to make it too competitive because everything is subjective. I got a friend that he's recently moved out of the neighborhood, but he entered every photo contest he could find in the area, and he would win, on some of these places and stuff. But he'd enter every single one. But photo contests are so subjective depending on the judges and whatnot. So I don't want to get like that, either. How do I like the South and the Southern culture? I don't like the summers. They're way too hot and humid. Not that they were not that way in Connecticut, but at least in Connecticut, you'd have 2 weeks of unpleasantness, and then things would get back to normal for a while, and then you might have another 2 weeks of unpleasantness. But down here, once you hit mid-June, it seems like mid-June until almost the first week of September, it could be pretty crummy. Just very uncomfortable. We're going to have this upcoming week, we're supposed to have feel like temperatures between the heat and the humidity of like 110 degrees plus. It is not. It's not comfortable. It's not enjoyable. You don't feel like taking pictures because you're soaking wet. Within an hour or less, you're soaking wet. It just isn't enjoyable. But I love the wintertime, and I love most of the, other take summer away. I'm very happy down here. Southern culture, you got to realize Myrtle Beach, I wouldn't say you get a lot of Southern culture because the natives, South Carolinians, don't live in Myrtle Beach. I mean, most of them can't afford to live in Myrtle Beach, unfortunately. Most of them live an hour and a half, 2 hours away. They're more in the sticks. A lot of people that live in the Myrtle Beach area, and all the houses that are being in Myrtle Beach are people that are moving here from the Northeast or Ohio or wherever, but they're not native South Carolinians that are living in the areas that I live in. It's all northern transplants, retirement people. So when I get to meet someone that is a true Southerner that's lived here a long time, they're very, very pleasant. For the most part, never had any issues with them, and very hospitable. But they're few and far between in the area in which I live, unfortunately.
So the next photo review will be August 3rd. If I'm checking here. So we are 2 weeks, 3 weeks from there. So,
yeah.
So that will be good. So you guys can start sending the images to Jeff.
Yeah, I think I have.
Take them first.
I think I have to change my. Let's see here. Said August 3rd. August 3rd is Saturday. So let me.
Cucaburitos.
Give me a second. And then I can put this thing up on the screen. I just have to update it. Just have to update it. Let's see. All righty, so we can throw it up here on the screen. There you go. There's the information for the photo review. I just updated it. August 3rd, send them in by August 3rd. For the August 3rd photo review, no later than August 2nd at 12 p.m. Eastern time on August 2nd, which is Friday.
So 11:59 is okay.
2048 pixels on the long side is preferred, but I never complain about somebody sending in higher resolution images because I don't save the images, so it's like I got the file space to share better quality if people want to send in something a little bit better. It's our, as I always say, and people tired of me saying it, it's my favorite show every month. So hopefully it is for many of the people that participate. And if you're newer to coming on the show or watching the show, then by all means get active and send in some images for this photo review. And we do not hold up signs and give you points, and you don't win trips to Hawaii or anything exciting like that. But it's just a matter of everybody enjoying what somebody else takes with whatever they choose to use, and sharing the experience, trying to share the experience that you went through and taking the picture experiences you had and sharing that with other people. And that's what it's about, not what gear. And we don't sit there and say, oh, I see a speck in your picture or something like that. It's if you want us to be pains in the behind, we're more than welcome to participate in that. But very few people ask us to be that way, so we don't do that. We don't do that. I'm gonna, we are running over my time here a little bit, and we got 19 people here, but I will put in. Let me find the file, and I'll put it on the screen quick because it's quicker. Let me share this. This is just a listing of the folks that come to the show.
Too small.
Too small. They come to the show often and share their channels, to share their channels with everybody. Let me, I could try to, let's see if I can make the native file bigger. Oh yeah.
That worked well.
So we could try that. And let's see if we can get everybody on here. And
yes.
Now we can read it.
And this is for those that are optically challenged. There we go. So what I commented on, I think last week, was if you want to visit these folks that contribute to the show, they're either on the panel, they're active in the chat. Case of Luis, he doesn't have a YouTube channel. He shares a lot of great stuff on Instagram. So we have his path to get to Instagram, and you guys could just do a screen capture of this, and then you can at your leisure visit these folks' Instagram accounts or YouTube channels, and believe me, you'll have more than enough. And I recommend going back and looking at some of the stuff that's on Chuck's channel, because there's good content in there. And just because it isn't like something that happened, a week ago, doesn't mean there isn't stuff in there that's worth going back and revisiting or looking at if you've never gone there before. In the early days of the show, he did have, interviews with different photographer types that would come in, and he had some doggone good interviews with some of these people, and those are always worth watching. So I recommend, checking out some of the older stuff from his show, and everybody else, hey, we're just we're just little guys in the YouTube universe trying to share some stuff with you, and stop by, check everybody out, leave a comment, and everybody, everybody appreciates it. And we are going to call it a night, everybody. I appreciate everyone who was on the panel tonight. Obviously, we don't all stay for the whole show. Other than me, I don't have a choice. And so I thank all those that participated in the panel, and hopefully, and Gustavo, I hope you have a fantastic trip to Iceland. You and your wife, I hope you have a great time. And certainly, no pressure, certainly look forward to seeing some of your images for future photo reviews after you come back. See, after you come back and you have to take a vacation from the vacation.
Exactly.
You recover, then you can start worrying about going through the images and come up with a few to share. So have a fantastic trip. We're going to miss you the next 2 weeks, no doubt about that. And for everybody that joined us in the chat and that we were able to pluck commentary off of and follow some things you had questions on, we appreciate you appearing as always. And thank you so much. So hopefully next Saturday, like I said, will be our 52nd episode. So that'll mark, we've actually been doing the show for over a year now, but I had three times I wasn't able to do the show because, once having to go to Connecticut to do some things, I missed 2 shows, I believe. And then one time I got sick and I wasn't able to do it. But so technically we've been on over a year, but in terms of, did we do 52 shows? No, not till next Saturday. That'll be 52 shows. So,
so this is false advertising.
This is yes. This is yeah. So I'm doing a clickbait thing right now. So get you upset with me. More people will come if I get them upset. That's what I hear.
I'm going to make a video about this now, don't you?
Yeah, Jeff's full of crap, and he's trying to do this cool stuff on the screen and getting people mad, and everybody wants to see him now. Yeah, next thing you know, I'll have 1,000 subscribers if I get enough people mad at me. Right? That's how it works. That's how the game's played. Everyone, have a fantastic week. Hopefully you get out and shoot. Hopefully where you live, you're not dying from the heat and humidity, and you can actually get out and shoot. And we will see you next Saturday. And have a good night. And let everybody say their goodbyes. And we will log off here.
See you.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Roy, you don't want to be more descriptive than that?
No, that's enough.
Bye. I'll have you hold up a sign. Bye.